Testing 1, 2. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's Agenda Briefing Forum. This evening is not a decision-making forum. It is the briefing on the agenda for the Ordinary Council meeting, which will be held next Tuesday on the 18th of November. I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to the Council and all meeting attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay our respect to elders past, present, and emerging. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge that today is Remembrance Day. This is a day when we pause to honor the men and women who have served our nation in times of war and peace, and to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice, lest we forget. Attendance. Mayor Pivaretti has provided an apology for tonight. Everyone else is present in the chamber. Disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures, councillors? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Yes, just regarding 10.4.1, Planning Solutions is the planning consultant, and I have some issues before the city, and they're representing me, so definitely conflict of interest.
So which conflict?
10.4.1, financial pursuit.
Financial?
Yeah.
Financial, thank you. Yes, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor. I have an impartial interest to declare for item 10.3.3, additional 40km/h speed zone Bayswater residential precinct. I provided a deputation in support of the original proposal prior to becoming a councillor, and it's impartial. I'll stay in the room for that one.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Thank you, councillors. So we're moving to the deputations part of the meeting. This evening we have 13 in-person deputations. I will explain how the deputation process will work. Each person who is presenting a deputation will be invited to come forward to speak at the microphone for up to 5 minutes. As we get close to 5 minutes, I will let you know so that you can conclude your deputation. Once we have finished, the councillors may have some questions for you. We will start with item 10.3.1, proposed tree removal 16 and 18 McGrath Place, Noranda. And the first deputation is from Rebecca Pullman. If you can please come forward. If you can please state your name and suburb.
Do I press? It's already on.
Yes, it's on.
Well, thank you.
If you can just please state your name and suburb.
Beg your pardon?
Your name and suburb, please.
So my name is Rebecca Pullman and I live at 16 McGrath Place, Noranda.
Thank you. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I've been living at the home for over 20 years. I've been there 24 years. And in that time, there was some liquid ambers put there by previous council, Swan Council. The trees were put in place. At no time did anyone suggest that there was going to be any issues with any of the root systems or that we were going to have any problems. So there was a big storm and we had some flooding, and then we had to then get plumbers out and we started digging, and we found quite large significant roots in our soak wells right up near the house. These trees are quite large. You would see in the information pack that was sent out. These trees are extremely tall. They're over 15 metres tall, and they have a root canopy that goes out to that 15 metres, and then the root system goes further than the 15 metres. So those roots are well and truly under my two-storey home. Now, those roots are not only in our soak wells, and we've got several soak wells at the front of the house, but they've also infiltrated into our toilet system at the front of the house in my bedroom. And then we've also got so we've also recently had to dig up on the other side of our home on the front verge. And when we were looking at that, the root systems are running alongside all of our pipe work. So the pipe work that brings infrastructure into our home is copper for about a metre. And then after that, it's plastic. Now, the PVC in the report from the person that come out to give his report said that he believed that the root system would not crack piping. However, it did. And we've got photo evidence that it did that. So it actually bent and moved the pipe that it cracked. And then those roots grew to this size, filling the entire pipe systems. And so we had to replace all of that. Now, because we didn't have the foresight to know that that was going to be an expense to us and possibly that could happen, we then had to cover the cost ourselves. The council would not cover or do anything about the costs. And when I made complaints, they sent some people out and they had a bit of a look. And then they said, well, maybe in the future they would cover some costs. But we've now got routes going up the side, as I said, where all our services are coming in, and there's also a bore there, and it's all around the bore and other soak wells, as I said, and in my plumbing for my toilet systems. So I'm a little bit confused because when I looked at the paperwork when we got it sent out, it was saying that basically the roots weren't the problem, and that it was possibly our maintenance at our home, that we weren't maintaining our home, which I take offence to highly, because our house would be one of the best houses in the street and very, very well maintained. In fact, we've been maintaining those trees. The council hasn't been doing any maintenance on those trees for the root system or the canopies in all those 24 years that I've been living there. I guess my biggest concerns as well is that it's lifting our pavers, and we have a foster son who's got a disability, he's intellectual disability and autism, and he doesn't look where he's walking and has the possibility that he will trip. He's under the Office of the Public Advocate and also a public trustee. There could be litigation issues with that for us and for the council, and now that I've mentioned it here, it will definitely be for the council. We also are concerned because we've had people come out and tell us that I think from the costings here of how much it would be for the tree removal or to put a root barrier system in, that there was specific costs to that. But there was no mention on the cost for the repairs of our homes. There was no mention on the cost of what it would cost to remove the root systems that are already under our homes and affecting our plumbing, and that they would need to be removed. These roots are rather large, and the trees are rather large. And where they've suggested they'd like to put this root barrier, on the diagram, I went out and measured it myself last night. Now, this tree canopy is over 15 metres tall, and when I looked at the paperwork, sorry, I'll just have a quick look here. It's stating that there is an amount of, I guess, where they want to clear for the roots, that they don't want to cut the roots because the tree could possibly die. But where they're saying that they're going to put the root barrier is 1.2 metres from the base of the tree. Now, when you have a tree 15 metres tall and you want to cut the whole root system on half the side of the tree, 1.2 metres from the tree, you're now making a very large tree on a very high street with a lot of wind. Now it's going to be a risk that it'll fall over or die. So I don't understand why...
Sorry to cut you off. If you can please conclude the deputation.
Pardon?
If you can please conclude the deputation.
Oh, okay. So I guess for us, we're not against trees. We would like to replace the trees. We'd like the trees removed and make them safe, make our streets safe and make our homes safe. Because the cost and the impact is quite high, the risk is high, and we're happy to put another tree there that would be more appropriate. These trees were never trees that were supposed to be put near homes. These trees are meant for other spaces in parks, and we had offered that we were quite welcome for them to remove the tree and put it in the tree across the park because it's short on trees, and then give us a tree that's appropriate for our homes and not costing us for damages and possible risk. So that's where we're at 16 McGrath Place. We would like the trees removed for our cost and for safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portman. If you can just wait, I will check with councillors if they have any questions for you.
Sure.
I do have one question, if I can. Would trimming the trees assist with some of the concerns that you may have as an alternative?
Trimming the roots?
Trimming the canopy of the trees?
No, it's got nothing to do with the canopy. All of it's to do with the roots. It's the roots that are invading our properties. So the roots are growing into our water systems. They're growing into our stormwater systems. They're growing under our house and cracking our homes. It's cracking our driveways. It's lifting our pavers. It's just money and risk everywhere. It's all about the roots. It's got nothing to do with the canopy. The canopy is the problem because they're so tall that when it loses its root system that they're saying they want to put a root barrier in, the tree will die. And not only will the tree die, it also puts it at risk that it will blow over, or possibility to blow over, which could blow on a car, on a person. It just doesn't make any sense. There's a better way to do it.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. The officers mentioned that you suggest as an alternative planting replacement trees on the verge?
That's what we've said, yes.
Yeah.
We like trees. We just don't want these trees that are not meant for verges in homes. They're not anywhere else in any other streets in Naranda. No other verges have these trees, and there's a reason for that. These are not appropriate trees for out the side, front, people's homes, basically. They have a very invasive root system.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, councillors? No, thank you very much. So we are moving to the next deputation or semi-item from Ben Jolie. If you can please come forward and state your name and suburb.
Thank you. My name's Ben from Naranda. We're the neighbours with the other two trees. I would like to first propose that the title of this section is a bit misleading about the removal, because we are and have always been about the replacement of these trees. So we're not looking to reduce the canopy or anything else to the Shire. We want to support trees. We just, as Becca had said previously, that we want something that's suitable and on the council's approved list. Because, these are the root systems and everything are just not appropriate. And not just here, but there's other trees in Naranda, like on Widgie Road, that damage the road and cause safety issues there for the road itself, pathways and curbs. So it's common for these trees. And the report itself speaks of other trees of the same that have had to be managed in the same way, because that's what they do. They just destroy everything with their roots. Now, we do love the trees. We just moved into the house beginning of this year, and it's a beautiful asset of the property. But with the known issues that's come to light in the last few months, we are seriously concerned for further costs and damages to our own property. We have kids as well, and the root systems, they've uplifted all of the lawn. They're all bare. It's destroying all of the grass, the driveway, because of these root systems. In my deputation, I covered more of an angle about the policy. It was quite interesting to learn about the policy through this process, that there's not really any allowance or any further scope for risk management of these kind of trees that aren't really approved or a standard tree for the City of Bayswater. And they're not approved because of their known risks that come with them and costs for management. So I feel that that should be perhaps reviewed and could benefit other similar situations in the Shire, because, there's the costs towards these walls being put in place And the kind of damage that we're looking at, the report from the arborist, the Australian standard says if the root's getting chopped 50% from the drip line of the tree, which is the canopy, to the trunk, that there's significant risk of the stability and health of that tree. And these roots are definitely over 50% getting cut, which there's nothing really said or stated in the report about that. There's no management proposals for the stability of these trees, being their roots are getting cut so far. And I don't think it's to the benefit of the health of the tree to cut these back so hard on their roots. Don't think it's going to help their longevity and benefit to the council or property or anything else for the area. What else can we go over? The stability, the safety was gone over. What else have we got? We've provided a photo of roughly where the wall's been presented, proposed on the council boundary, and you can see how close that is to the tree, and the root itself that's well above the lawn height, and it's killed all that there. There's no growth, it's just all root structure in there, which the council has said that all these roots would, after the wall goes in, all these roots get removed, which to me, you're going to be pulling up a lot of my lawn and retic and all these other things, which I guess is going to happen either way, whether it's replaced or the wall goes in to make good of this area. There's no costs or anything written there. I presume that is part of the scope of works, and it was discussed on site, but I want to make sure that that's part of the outcome.
Can you please conclude the deputation?
No worries. Yeah, so the cost either way of either replacement or the tree root wall is much the same. I think that the risk of these trees and the future costs that they could bear, it doesn't make sense to go down the path of the root barrier. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check with councillors if they have any questions. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Still on the same item, I will call Wendy Gaston to come forward and state your name and suburb. And you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Wendy Garstone, Maylands. The request to remove 4 healthy street trees has come to council at an interesting time. Earlier this year, the state government announced a commitment to a canopy coverage target of 30%, showing awareness of the critical role trees have in healthy communities. Tree canopy reform has been taking place across Perth councils for the last decade, and one clear message is that keeping the trees that we already have is essential if we are to increase canopy coverage. In the last 10 years, tree canopy reform is something this council can be proud of through for example, the urban forest strategy and the urban tree planting and maintenance policy, being just 2 examples that represent a combined effort by councillors, residents and administration to address canopy loss. At this moment, many in the community are confused by the recent pruning back to old wood of some street trees, and many are aware that there is a healthy 115-year-old Norfolk Island pine tree in Drake Street, Bayswater that will be cut down very soon, simply because the developer wasn't keen on keeping it. Many here may remember that it was a majority of councillors who agreed that a street tree in Mercury Place, Morley, could be removed against policy guidelines, resulting in an outcry from the community. And earlier this year, the state government released canopy coverage data for the Perth Peel area. Now, despite 100% underground power, having large blocks and deep setbacks, Naranda has a 7% canopy coverage of its streets, and this is the same coverage that it had in 2014. When this suburb has the potential to be as leafy as, for example, Floreat, which has an 18% coverage of its streets, you have to wonder why Naranda is so low. Remember that street trees add value to a property by 16% as per WA research from 2013. Street trees are an item of infrastructure with many important benefits, and for these four, especially so because of their location being just 20 to 40 metres from Reid Highway. I think it's well known that living near major roads is associated with poorer health outcomes due to vehicle emissions. So these trees function as dust filters, air purifiers and noise barriers for everyone in the street, and of course are essential community assets. Their location and species means they provide deep summer shade, and as they're deciduous, they allow the winter sun to penetrate. They are trees that many would wish for. And as items of infrastructure, they have a monetary value. I'd suggest a ballpark figure of $40,000 per tree might be reasonable. And with such a high monetary value and the benefits they provide, I hope that solutions to the issues around the drainage, pipe damage and the roots in the lawn and raised surfaces can be found. So I wonder, is this an opportunity to look at ideas on how gardens can be managed as trees mature? Can garden designs be changed to allow for larger roots? Properties change hands on average every 10 years, so gardens are typically ephemeral for this reason, as well as due to plants that have a limited life. And of course that new owners will create their own designs. So surely when it is clear that we are losing too many trees across Perth, perhaps if we viewed mature, healthy trees as the forever item in the landscape and the lawn and the garden around as the flexible aspects, this would benefit all. The concern around future damage to pipework is understandable, and especially so after hearing the deputies prior to myself. I suggest that this is looked into further so that everyone is clear on the extent of the problem. So I wonder if a cost comparison can be done on the financial benefit these trees provide versus possible costs to repair pipes over the life of these trees. And just a hypothetical, can the city offer loans to owners who cannot cover costs with costs payable at the time of the property sale? That's not saying that's relevant to this situation at all, but just that this is a problem that I'm sure will come up again, and we need to be creative about solutions to keep trees. So my asks are for new councillors, this is a chance to get to know the urban forest strategy and also the policies that seek to, are there to help bring the vision of the strategy to life. And I ask that you speak up for each and every tree, all councillors. I hope you agree that future residents need trees like this to benefit the health of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Exactly 5 minutes. Well done.
That's how I planned it, Ellie.
Good job. I will check with councillors if they have any questions. Yes, Councillor Peterway.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Wendy, for your deputation. I just wanted to ask, in light of the fact that I believe these trees were planted by the City of Swan and are no longer on the tree register for the City of Bayswater, and the fact that the two residents of 16 and 18 McGrath Place, is it, in Naranda have both on record stated that they would be happy for the replanting of new trees that do fit under the tree register for City of Bayswater, that's, and considering the damages to their houses, that this is a fair result?
The thing is that replacement trees would take 10, 15 years, 20 years to get to provide shade, and native trees often don't provide as dense a shade as these trees. They're quite unique that there is such dense shade from them.
Thank you.
So that's the issue with replacing. It just takes so many years to provide shade.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another deputation on the same item from Georgina Kerr. If you can please come forward and state your name and suburb, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Georgina Kerr, Bedford. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and councillors, and thank you for accepting my late deputation. I would like to draw Council's attention to a few significant events of the past 2 years, not in any particular order. First off, the Council extensively debated the protection of trees on private property. Some councillors felt that there was no place for Council to override private property rights for the protection of trees. Others were in favour of various degrees of measure to protect them in order to address our tree canopy problem. All councillors, I would say, agreed that tree canopy is important. The policy that was passed in the end provides a little but not a lot of protection for trees on private property. Secondly, Council also debated pushing out the city's tree canopy targets and removing the interim targets. I stood here and gave a deputation in support of pushing out those targets because they were just no longer achievable, but I cautioned that I didn't want to be standing here again in 5 years or 10 years with that target still out of reach. Council then approved a new target of 20% by 2035. Thirdly, Council approved a KPI for the city's CEO regarding tree canopy in the urban forest. So for 24-25, this read prioritising and supporting the achievement of the city's agreed tree canopy target. And for 2025-26, it includes to provide and promote initiatives for the community that contribute to increasing the city's tree canopy, including the development and delivery of educational campaigns to promote the benefits of tree canopy. Then we've had some other items come to Council about removal of healthy veg trees, which have been approved against policy, Mercury Place, Gummery Street in Bedford as well. We also had a council election. So some of our new councillors did answer the Environment House survey on tree canopy. Councillor Black said that one of his top priorities was to grow tree canopy coverage and hold the city to account on meeting our targets. Councillor McDonald talked about looking after trees already planted and mapping the urban heat island effect. Given that Naranda has exceptionally low canopy coverage on street blocks, this would definitely be an area suffering in this regard, and more so if we lose this significant amount of deep shade canopy. Councillors Loakono and Pitaway didn't answer the survey, but if either of you have any questions about the importance of increasing our tree canopy, please reach out to the Bayswater Tree Canopy advocates and we'd be happy to talk to you. Existing councillors, some of you have been staunch supporters of many measures to retain and increase our tree canopy, for which I'm always grateful. Others, we've disagreed at times, but that's often been about those concerns regarding private property. The city has policies, strategies, KPIs and targets around increasing tree canopy. Council has decided that at this time it is not going to significantly address the removal of trees on private property. I respect this decision, but you can't have it both ways. These trees are not on private property, they're on city property, and Council needs to be consistent with its own policies and targets and not approve removal of these trees. I do recognise that these trees are not the right trees in the right place, but they are there, they were planted, and they're healthy. Tree planting strategy has come a long way in the last 10 years, but city staff can only do the best that they can with the knowledge that they have at the time. I hope that the city's suggestions for remediation to alleviate some of the problems that can be seen with these trees can lead to a better outcome overall. Thank you.
Thank you. On the time. Brilliant. Councillors, any questions? Thank you very much. So we are moving now to item 10.3.2, East Bay Gap Management Order Transfer. We have 3 deputations tonight. The first one is from Christine Richardson. If you can please come forward and state your name and suburb, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christine Richardson. I live in Maylands. I want to speak against the recommendation, and I want to base that around the fact that it's a Bush Forever site. I spend a lot of time in the conservation volunteer space. I'm an active bush carer for local bushlands, and as well as that, I'm with the Urban Bushland Council. The Urban Bushland Council was one of the groups that was really instrumental in pulling together the Bush Forever policy. Has been a strong advocate of that since before in the late 1990s and into the 2000s. And one of the really important things around Bush Forever sites is that they needed to be acquired by the state, and then also, almost as importantly, to then be handed over to a good land manager, and the good land managers are either DBCA or the local government. And so this is why I'm speaking against the motion, because I do believe that Bayswater needs to bring this part of Baigup into its own remit. And there are, you actually have the right ingredients to be able to do it well. I understand that the environmental team is really well respected, and you've got a really active friends group, and they are really essential. To have a community group that is really championing the conservation and the protection of your bushland, wetlands area is just really makes such a big difference to, it really supports the management that an LGA can do. So it's for those reasons around in the intergenerational equity space, and also, I mean, you've got a TEC, you've got a threatened ecological community in here. They are really, really precious. I think we've all got an obligation to look after our remnant vegetation, whether that's bushland, wetlands, sort of riparian, riverine, or coastal areas. So I think this is, sort of a really important, almost philosophical, cultural request. I saw the arguments that were around the financial costs, but I do believe this is our land. This is Bayswater land. We should be making sure that we are caring, are the ones who care for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? No, thank you. We are moving to Ms. Lee. Sorry, Penny Lee. If you can please come forward and state your name and suburb, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Penny Lee. I live in Maylands, and I've owned 3 residential properties in the City of Bayswater since 1985. I've been in my present residence since 2001, and I've spent about 23 years very closely associated with Baigup. I'm not speaking to you tonight on behalf of Baigup Wetland Interest Group, although that is the group that I started. I relinquished the coordinatorship of that group in 2019. But perhaps to the annoyance of the group, sometimes I cannot stop myself from continuing to study the site and learn about it. As a result, I know a lot about the history, the management, the practical management realities, and the cultural values, and something about the environment. And the thing that concerns me most about this particular recommendation from the city is that it is not adequately supported by the argumentation in the report. The report's fine. The report's fine. You've all received a letter from me, a personal letter, and this is also on record. The thing is that you don't authorise the CEO to begin negotiations, which anyone would have expected to take maybe a year or so. 4 years later, you councillors are now being asked to just stop the process. In the meantime, you've had environment officers talking with DPLH officers on behalf of the CEO, and that's perfectly normal. You've had environment officers, presumably now, wasting their time making up a management plan. You haven't seen the management plan. We haven't seen the management plan, but you're asked to just stop now. Just stop the whole process. 9 years after DPLH took over that particular reserve, expecting that there was a good faith arrangement with City of Bayswater. Normally taking over a reserve like that is about 5 years. 9 years. Late 2016 is when DPLH put their emergency access track. That's a lot of money. I've had people who know more about money than I do tell me that they think DPLH has probably spent about $1 million so far in the 9 years. So you've got a good deal out of that. And then the report keeps telling you that you should be nervous about spending, what is it, $80,000 a year. I'd like to ask you, how much do most of the playing fields near where you live cost to maintain per year? Factor in not only officer time on site, but factor in the machinery that's used, the maintenance of the machinery, the replacement of the machinery, the maintenance of facilities and so on. People think of those sites as recreation areas, but natural areas are also recreation areas. Bagup wetlands is a very high use, not so passive, a lot of it is cycling, but it's a very high use recreational area. So I'm suggesting to councillors that you just say, whoa, 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 how come you have not yet got a formal proposal from DPLH? How can you negotiate for 4 years and then return to council and say, oh, we're going to drop this. We don't care how much work our environment officers may or may not have done. We'll just drop it and go back to square one. Let me tell you, this has been going on for 40 years. 40 years. I mean, the 1980s are a long time ago, but today we've got a much greater awareness of how little natural vegetation we've got. It makes complete sense for you guys, for the city, to take control. Why? Because it's extremely inefficient to have an external body doing it. I have talked with other groups that have DBCA as their manager. It takes ages, it's full of red tape, it's difficult, and you guys probably know that as well as I do. Having DPLH is not bad. They have done a really good job, in my opinion, and I monitor that place every week. But a huge tree fell down in their section. It took 3 months for your staff to get that tree to be removed. That tree blocked emergency access. We're talking about ambulances. There have been 2 ambulances to Bagup in the last few years. We're talking about fire trucks. There could be a fire in Bagup that would hit the Stone Street and Garrett Road houses. So, and it, of course, impeded dog walkers, runners, and ordinary walkers. By contrast, a tree completely fell and completely blocked the Kelvin Street end, like the west end, just a few weeks ago. On Monday morning, the relevant environment officer went down there with his staff and cleared enough of a track for the cycles and walkers to get through, put up all the danger tape, and in the following 2 days they had a contractor in and completely cleared the path and set it back to normal. So I'm just trying to say it's more efficient, it's more economical in the long term, it's more beneficial to residents, it's just generally makes sense for the city to take control of that land. And you've seen my arguments about the TEC, the Threatened Ecological Community. You understand now about a Class A reserve. Don't you think a Class A reserve is going to bring in more money? Don't you think having a Class A reserve is an asset whenever you have to negotiate? And finally, I don't understand why this has been brought up at this time in this way. This is a huge disappointment. City of Bayswater is a signatory to, or a memorandum agreement or whatever. The City of Bayswater logo is on the Windan Guildford locality plan notice, stuck up on the fence at the entrance to the east side of Bagup. City of Bayswater itself...
Sorry, Ms. Lee, I do need you to conclude. It's over 5 minutes.
Oh, have I? Okay.
Last words? Anything else?
No, I don't mind, I can answer a question. I'll just say that it seems like an amazing contradiction that on the one hand you could be the major player. You could be not just a major player, the major player in this particular new program. And yet you want to... Tomorrow we're going to a meeting being held in City of Bayswater to talk about environment with all those other local government areas. And do you think we will not raise this matter? It may not come up, but I think it's very likely to. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you. I will check with councillors if they have any questions. Yes, Councillor Ledham.
Thank you. Penny, you mentioned an A-class reserve. Could you explain the connection between this proposal and
Uh,
A-class reserve status?
A-class reserve, as I understand it, is pretty well automatic when a bush forever site is transferred to the conservation estate. So Lightning Swamp is already an A-class reserve, and it also includes a threatened ecological community. In the case of Lightning Swamp, it's Banksia bushland, which is increasingly rare in the city, and it's got some very good examples. In the case of Bagup, it's called, now you may not understand why it's called coastal salt marsh. It's a coastal salt marsh community. I think I'm starting to get flustered. But the thing is that that is also a TEC, or a threatened ecological community. Coastal salt marsh, whether it is actually samphires as on the peninsula or sedges as in Bagup, is actually a very good absorber of CO2. It's really an asset as long as the river leaves it there. There's a bit of a concern about the river, but the river is primarily the responsibility of the DBCA, and under this new plan, you will have every opportunity to make sure that any foreshore for the entire border, the entire southern border, is properly dealt with under this new plan. And it would be to your advantage to have that section of Bagup so you've got continuity of border. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Hi there. I love your passion. Very enthusiastic. For someone that's there every week, can you tell me what would intrinsically change if Bayswater was managing it today versus...
What would change?
What would be, from your perspective, someone that's there every week, what would be the biggest benefit of Bayswater taking it on as opposed to the DLPH?
I forgot to put my hearing aids in. If you could just, what is it that you're asking me directly about?
Sorry, I was just saying, what would intrinsically change? What would be the biggest change with
Yes.
Bayswater managing the land? Yeah, because it's 15 acres, I believe. We have 5, and there's 15 that is in the transfer. What would change from your perspective?
What would change? If it needs to be unified management to be converted to an A-class reserve, consecutive state governments of both parties have committed to transferring all bush forever sites to what's called the conservation estate. In other words, to the assets of the state as a whole. Okay, you might think they should manage it, but they have proven time and time again that's not the most efficient way to do it, because you do need your local involvement. As you can see, somebody mentioned, I feel passionate. Yeah, right, I do. So what would change, in my opinion, is its status as an A-class reserve, an asset for the city, efficiency for your staff. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that, in my opinion, the environment area is understaffed at City of Bayswater. I think that, I'm not saying that they've said, I think they're too stretched, to be honest, across the entire city. So they're efficient, they should be used efficiently. They're professional, they're qualified. You should be using your environment staff to the maximum benefit for you. There's probably more reasons, but they're the two main ones. Oh, and another one. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong glasses on.
We can work on it.
Oh, well, this is what I'm sure the coordinator of Bagup Wetland Interest Group will enlarge on this other point, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Benny, for your deputation. Very passionate. You mentioned during your deputation that other groups have had experience with land that's been managed by DPLH, and you gave us the example of East Bagup and the tree that fell over.
Yeah.
And you mentioned other groups have had experiences as well. Is that within the City of Bayswater or...?
Other experiences of DBCA? No.
Well, yeah, land that's been managed by a state government authority, and that engagement that they've had with them.
I've got a close friend who works with the Yelagonga, and that's a very, very big regional park, I believe. So it is different. But she wouldn't criticise DBCA. I mean, they're the managers. That's the situation for them. But my understanding, and my understanding from other people I've met over the years, is that's not the most efficient way. unfortunately, I mean, DPLH does have heaps of money, but they're not environmental managers. They don't necessarily employ someone that understands environment and restoration. DBCA probably does, but they seem to be severely underfunded and they seem to be a long, long way from anyone's reserve when you need them. It's just been proven that local government is best. You know, local government gets economies of scale by bringing in contractors for all their reserves, etc., etc. Look, if you asked me to write it, I could probably write you another 6-page essay because I'd have time to think about it. But I'm getting older and I can't kind of always summons it up like that.
Thank you very much, Penny.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Peterway.
Thanks, Penny. Just a quick question, and obviously I'm only on council. I've only been here a month, so
yes, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just obviously looking through all this, and obviously this has been an ongoing issue for a long time now. Looking through this, do you think that, you know, from the City of Bayswater's point of view, and I do agree with you, local council does it best because we can talk to you in this manner and you can share your feedback and deputise, you know, motions and things like that. But with the DPLH only at this point, from what I can read, only offering some funding and assistance.
They always offer...
Can I just finish, Penny? Sorry. My question is, have you, based upon that, and when you look at it from the City of Bayswater's point of view, have yourself and the organisations done any lobbying for state government and the DPLH to assist in that funding that would help?
You don't need to. There are standard procedures. Of course, the group currently, and when I was coordinator, have communicated with DPLH. We, for instance, have on record a letter from the Director General at the time, Gail McGowan, saying that they were ready and willing to transfer the land, and this was in, I think, December or November 2018, when the City of Bayswater was ready and when there were no more legacy issues. Now, in the letter which I've sent you, you may not have had time to read, but I've sent you a letter plus extensive commentary on the actual text of the agenda item. I've made a whole lot of practical solutions, practical suggestions for how you should approach DPLH to ensure that there are no legacy issues. If there are no legacy issues, then you have no major projects. I personally don't agree that major restoration is required at this time, but you must maintain the weed control because it will go back to nonsense. You know, it was complete chaos, impassable in 2016 before questions were asked in Parliament. So this is a well-known issue, this one. It seems to be the case, as mentioned in the report, as I said, the report is adequate. Mentioned in the report is the fact that there's a thing called the Area Assistance Grant. DPLH will provide that. Okay, people say to me, how do you know? You will know when you have a formal proposal. You know, if that formal proposal says, oh, we can't guarantee giving you any money, well, then you could reject it. If the formal proposal says you're going to get $500,000, which is the expected amount over 5 years, $500,000 is only, well, now, I'm not good at sums, but I think it's 9,000 under what the management plan estimates. So you've got to find another 9,000. After 5 years, you've got to maintain it yourself. Fair enough. But 80,000 a year, I do ask you, I mean, at some stage you could get figures from this council, from this city, find out how much it costs to maintain 16 hectares of public open space that isn't natural area. I bet you anything that per hectare of public open space, parks and gardens cost the city more. That's my guess.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Thank you very much, Penny.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, it's your turn now. If you can please state your name and suburb, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Rosemary Lynch. I'm the coordinator of Baygut Wetlands Interest Group and I'm a resident of Bayswater. Congratulations on your election to the council and thanks for your service to the community. I've been having a look at the City of Bayswater Council Plan 25 to 35, and I like the integrated planning and reporting approach that involves engaging with community, understanding the context and establishing the community's long-term vision, aspiration and goals. Concerning agenda item 10.3.2, East Bagot Management Order Transfer, I believe the recommendation to not support the transfer of the Eastern Bagot WAPC land is detrimental to all involved. If councillors vote for this recommendation, it will set back the community's long-term vision, aspiration and goal to see Bagot wetlands vested within the City of Bayswater and afforded the protection of being an A-class reserve. Bagot wetlands in its entirety forms part of Bush Forever Site 313. For the past 25 years, Bush Forever has been keeping the bush in the city. Bush Forever is a whole-of-government policy established by the WA government in 2000 to protect regionally significant bushland in the metro area. So I'm just going to quote from the original policies and principles of the Bush Forever framework. Bush Forever recognises that biodiversity conservation cannot be achieved by governments alone, with a reliance on a system of conservation reserves. The combined efforts of state and local governments, the community and private landowners will be essential for the protection of valuable bushland resources. A general duty of care for future generations, partnerships and a sense of shared responsibility are essential ingredients of Bush Forever. The vision is the creation of a conservation estate of which Perth can be justly proud, so that everyone has their own Kings Park within easy reach for present enjoyment and as a legacy of our unique quality of life to hand on to our children. Unification to bring the eastern portion of WAPC land into the existing Crown Reserve 24708 provides an opportunity for conversion of Bagot wetlands to an A-class reserve, fulfilling the long-held state government plan for the site and increasing the protected natural areas in the City of Bayswater for future generations. What are the benefits of having the eastern portion vested with the city? For us, one of the benefits is it means that we could work on the eastern portion of the reserve. At the moment, our volunteers can only work on the 5 hectares managed by the City of Bayswater because we are covered by your insurance. So there's 11 hectares that we would love to help with weeding that we can't currently, unless we have a particular grant, which we have from time to time with DPLH. So one of the work days this year, our volunteers pulled up 2,423 Brazilian pepper tree seedlings just from within the Western City of Bayswater managed site. So our volunteers did that. The city didn't have to pay contractors. So when you're looking at the costs, do factor in the work that the volunteers are currently helping with. The City of Bayswater Council Plan includes natural environment item 3.2.1, which aims to preserve and enhance our biodiversity and the health of our river, wetlands and bushlands. A practical way to achieve this is to designate Bagot wetlands as an A-class reserve. That would be a measurable outcome and could be completed within this council's term. On the corporate business plan on a page, page 30, this item could sit under the biodiversity management. I was lucky enough, so that particular item is to proactively manage vertebrate pests and promote responsible cat ownership to preserve the city's biodiversity and to reduce the risk of local extinctions, particularly of quenda and other native fauna. I was lucky to see a quenda in Bagup yesterday, and what a wonderful legacy that is. That is thanks to the city's very own natural area team who've worked collaboratively with other agencies. That's a legacy, a measurable legacy that we all enjoy thanks to your very own staff. One of the informing documents of the City of Bayswater Council Plan 25 to 35 is the Environmental Livability Framework, the ELF. I want my city to lead by example, show that the ELF is more than just paper or pixels in a PDF. I want to see the words translate into meaningful actions. Does the City of Bayswater stand by the vision statement expressed in the ELF?
Sorry, Ms. Lynch, you're over 6 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, if you
okay.
can please conclude.
When the 2022 Council voted almost unanimously to enter negotiations with the WAPC, it had all the hallmarks of a prenuptial agreement. What's needed to get beyond the negotiations to form a proper union, the marriage of the east and west portions of Bagup Wetlands? Councillors, what will your legacy be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will check with councillors if they have any questions. Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Rosemary, for your deputation. I have a few questions. I might start with this one. What's the relationship like between the interest group and the DPLH, who are currently managing East Bagup?
I would not say that we have a particular relationship other than if there's something that we notice on the site, like the tree being down, we do have a contact person that we can just get in touch with and let them know.
Yeah, just do it again, yeah.
In that particular instance, we got in touch with DPLH immediately and they said to us that they were out of contract for anyone who could chop up the tree. So we kept getting back to them, but it actually took them 3 months to have the tree removed off the backtrack, which is an emergency access.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the interest group is able to enter East Bagup with permission and do work with permission of the DPLH. Is that
Only if we have a grant. So sometimes we win grants. We had a particular grant for some river foreshore stabilisation work. So in that instance, we do have permission to do that work and we're covered for that particular work.
And since, I guess, and I'm probably stretching your memory here, since 2022, how many times have you had those particular grants available? Or
We just had one.
that's the only one that's been.
The river shore stabilisation one, yeah.
The impact of not being able to weed in East Bagup or perform that work, and I don't know if there's other contractors weeding within that East Bagup area.
Yeah,
is
there
that
are.
a significant impact on the work on the West Bagup where you are able to?
Yeah, so in the West Bagup portion, this year we've been tackling the Morning Glory vine and as I mentioned, we pulled out 2,500 Brazilian pepper trees. We've also done some planting up the top of Kelvin Street and that area's currently being weeded and some watering happening.
And how significant is that that impacting on volunteers' time and efforts in that West Bagup, that the fact that you're not able to mitigate against East Bagup weeding? How is that a significant impact or?
Well, yes, because obviously it's physically one reserve. So if the City of Bayswater is undertaking something like fox management, we have to kind of check, is that also happening on the DPLH side? But that's, the staff are very capable, so they do manage all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Peterway.
Thanks, Rosemary, for your deputation. Sounds like your volunteer group and your organisation of the Bagelin Wetlands Interest Group are doing a fantastic job in the areas that obviously we manage and control. And, it sounds like it'd be a great thing to take it over, the eastern part. But at this stage, my question to you again, as I said to Penny, without a formal offer, financial offer from the DPLH, do you think and believe it's financially prudent in this stage to go against the officer's recommendations to take on and transfer that eastern part of that Bagup wetlands?
I think it would be fantastic for the natural area team to have the autonomy to manage the reserve as they see fit. The Bush Forever framework, they do have financial assistance, and you can see when you read up about the Bush Forever framework, there is a transition. They're trying, because it's a state whole of government policy, so they're there to try and help. It's in their interests as well to have this land
I totally understand.
under uniform
I guess
management.
my question again is, do you think it's a financially prudent decision for the council at this stage to go against the officer's recommendations and a formal financial offer from the DPLH?
I don't think there's any risk to the city of Bayswater. The amounts are trivial.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I have a list of questions. If I can, I would like to better understand the request, so I would like to break down some of the issues that I heard and I read during the last week. So, from what I heard, DPLH is aware of Bagup Interest Group. Is that
Yes.
correct? Is aware?
Yes, yeah.
Do they see you guys as a stakeholder?
Yes.
If they do see you guys as stakeholders, so I'm trying to understand all the issues that I heard, if it's the fire tracks, if it's you want maybe increased ability to have weeding days on the east side with insurance. Have all those issues been raised with DPLH?
With DPLH, the situation is just that we can't just walk in there because we're not covered by insurance. That's just how it is.
Have you raised this issue with them? That you want to do more and help them? And you're already, yeah?
Over the years, yes, we've attempted to do more on the eastern side, and we have had particular work that we've done on the eastern side.
What I'm trying to understand, in other words, have they rejected any requests from Bagup? I'm happy for you, Penny, if Ms. Lynch wants you to contribute, as you are almost the same
Sure.
group. Do you want to come forward?
Yeah, if you can.
I'm happy for you to supplement in short, because I do have a list of questions.
I won't go on at length. I can answer that question.
Yes.
DPLH doesn't routinely have insurance for volunteer groups, and it doesn't work with volunteer groups. I have heard of, in 2014 or 15, talking to a chap that was coming in to have a look at where they would put the track and before the actual before they started working there, he said that there were a couple of small reserves, I think down in Rockingham, and I think he was the guy that was involved with them. Generally speaking, they don't work like that with a volunteer group. It's just not. They're land managers, they're property managers.
Okay.
They're not community involvement
Have they rejected any requests
You can't-
for
it's
the
not-
group to continue to
Well,
work?
yes.
I can acknowledge
Yeah.
that maybe it's easier to work with our officers. I'm trying to understand how far you received assistance from DPLH.
It's not that. That's not the way they work. They simply manage it, and if there's an emergency, you contact them. Like the tree is a good example. Now, if Bagup Wetland Interest Group was to say, now look, the track that you put in 2016 badly needs resurfacing and attention. That's one of the legacy issues. I wouldn't take it on until they'd dealt with it. But it's not for a community group of volunteers to approach DPLH on that matter. That's not the type of relationship they have with it.
I think
you're saying it, Ellie. We can't work with them in the same way. We have to obtain a grant for a particular project to be able to work.
But even those, yeah, they sign off on the grant, but they don't offer insurance on it. And
Have you, have you raised those issues that you're identifying with the state reps that we have, the state representatives?
with who?
The state representatives, the local member for Maylands, the relevant minister, have you
I'm
raised
quite
that you
confident the
cannot actually have sufficient contact with DPLH, or maybe, I think you mentioned, Penny, before, that probably DPCA would have been better to manage the site. Have you raised all
No,
those
I
things?
don't believe, well, I believe that the current member, the previous member also understood very well, member for Maylands, is that the person you're talking about? So Dan Bull used to help weed, you know, he certainly knows the site, he certainly knows the issues. The thing about DBCA is, now what did you ask?
I'm asking
we
if you,
personally,
if you raised any formal requests that have been rejected
no,
by
you
the state
can't.
government
It's
for
not
further
what
assistance.
it's not what a community group does. They're volunteers.
Okay.
They're
Have
not.
you raised it-
We're not. A city of Baigup Wetland Interest Group is not even an incorporated group. It doesn't have that kind of legal authority to do that. I can tell you of several grants that we did have that had one anyway. I can clearly remember that a grant called Community River Care Project, which was the final grant that I managed when I was a coordinator. That was actually, the grant was actually managed by DBCA, and we met their requirements to deliver that grant. Now, that grant modified the culverts on the whole length of the shared path, and I don't know what their arrangement with Dr. Steve Appleyard, but he signed off on our project outline, and he consulted with us during it, and he signed off on it at the end. So that was some arrangement between Steve Appleyard, who was with the Environment Regulation, and with DBCA for that particular grant.
Has Baigup raised those issues with our city, asking city's assistance to approach DPLH on any of those issues? For example, you want to work more on the east side, you want insurance. If you're saying that it is not the position of the community group to engage in that level with DPLH, has any interaction happened with us, asking us to assist Baigup?
I think I might request that you ask Christine Richardson if she knows of any situations. So, as chair of the Urban Bushland Council, she would be in a position to know. Urban Bushland Council covers a huge number of friends or environment groups across the city, meets regularly, consults quarterly with the state government. So, I mean, an umbrella level group like that consults with the state government. We're just a delegate to Urban Bushland Council.
Have there been, so just to...
And if you wanted to ask her, you could ask perhaps...
Just to finish that point, if I can, because I do have a list of questions.
Yes.
So from what I understand, there haven't been any recent requests from the city to assist with the issues that you are asking with regards to insurance, with regards to the fire tracks, with regards to more communication with the group?
Well, sometimes if there's a request like the fire track, then I will copy in the City of Bayswater officer that we work with and the DPLH officer. So this year there would probably be at least 3 or 4 items where I just copy them both in so that they can liaise.
Have you asked them to liaise, or you just
They do.
CC them?
They do liaise.
They do liaise?
Yeah.
Okay, so has the city been helpful to get the DPLH, who are responsible for the site, to deal with those issues? I'm trying to understand, because you're saying that you would like the city to manage the site.
Yes.
Because the city will manage it better.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand the point whether the group or the city has done all possible to have the state government managing the site properly. This is what I'm trying to understand, if all actions been taken in recent years. And from what I understand, not as much. Not something the concrete that
We
you can
don't
tell
work
me.
as closely with the DPLH as we do with the city because the patch of land is in the city of Bayswater and you're more interested in looking after it than people at DPLH.
Okay, thank you. A different point. From what I heard, overall DPLH doing a good job. This is what I heard from the previous deputation. They even spent estimated over $1 million, I think I heard some people think, in recent years. And on the other hand, it was acknowledged that our environmental team is very overstretched with all the other tasks that we have to do specifically along the river. So I'm trying to understand also from residents, local residents, wouldn't you want the state government to step up as they have the deep pocket to actually help us to manage 2/3 of Baigup instead of delivering the task to us from responsibility and financially, and it was raised. So
No, I
wouldn't you
think
want us to get them to be responsible?
from my perspective, it's more like, would you look after your own children better than having someone else look after them? So Baigup is a City of Bayswater place, and we all have a greater interest in caring for it than an external organisation.
Thank you. I think it's my last point. So the report mentions that if the city takes over the eastern side, it will be more than around $1 million over the next 5 years for different costs.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, I'll just get to the question. This is what the officer's report saying. And I understand, Rosemary, you had some interactions with the state government recently, local member. I think you had some discussions, you informed us. With the local member for Maylands. I'm trying to understand whether this was raised, whether the state government is willing to provide us with any financial commitments if we take over.
Yes,
Will they give us?
I haven't had that from the member for Maylands, but it is, you can see it for yourself on the Bush Forever policy site and on the DPLH site. That's what they do.
And also, to be fair, your officer's report has explained to quite a significant degree what the process is. So when you ask for a formal proposal, it will include everything DPLH is prepared to do. You have asked your officers to negotiate. It's taken 4 years. DPLH, according to that report, has asked for a management plan. Apparently, that management plan has been written using a lot of officers' time. I would suggest to councillors that you try and find out, what did DPLH think of that management plan? Are they happy with it? Would they be prepared to transfer it on the basis of this plan? If yes, how much of the initial cost are they covering? Well, my expectation is it'll be $500,000 for 500 something thousand. That was the estimate. In other words, it was a $9,000 a year, another 45,000, I think it was, to meet the minimum requirements of that management plan. That's what I read in the agenda papers. So, but you wouldn't be fixing the sealed path. That's a legacy issue. You would ask them to fix that. You wouldn't be fixing the boardwalk. That's a legacy issue. And as I said in my letter to you guys, personally, I would just ask them to demolish the bit that's broken, make their access safe, and then wait for the Wyndon Guildford locality plan to come into operation. If you read that plan, if you look carefully at it, you can see it's all about recreation. You don't think that they would ignore something like the boardwalk.
Thank you, Penny. Just to finalise the point, if I can. So just to understand from a Baigup, and you are the spokesperson from what I understand officially for Baigup. So from your interaction with the state government so far, no formal financial commitment has been made for us. And the incentive is an option for us to apply for grants. We may be successful, we may be not, but no official commitment through your interactions with them so far.
No, Bagot Wetlands Interest Group hasn't received any information about the outcome of the negotiations between the City of Bayswater and DPLH. So,
Okay. I appreciate the responses. I'll just check any other questions, councillors. Councillor Peter Way.
Thanks, Mayor. Deputy Mayor. Just one last question, Rosemary. Obviously, if we were to take over the other 15 hectares...
11. It's 16 altogether.
16, sorry,
So
yeah.
11.
Stand corrected. And appreciate the fact that, you know, the Bagoland Wetlands Interest Group is a volunteer-based organisation. Would you, and if obviously the City of Bayswater undertook it, and we'd have all the necessarily, you know, full-time employees to sort of go in there, environmental officers, so forth, but would you be able to extend the volunteer-based group?
Yeah, I think
Considering another 16 hectares will come into it?
I absolutely think so.
You're fully
I
confident?
think
Not that it falls back on you, obviously, because you are a volunteer-based group.
no, we're constantly getting requests, and because I mean I work full time still, but we have requests from John Forrest Senior High School, from the Bold Park Community School. There's lots of groups, corporate volunteering, people who would love to help and look for opportunities to help. So yeah, I think that would be easy. That bit's easy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are moving forward to item 10. Thank you. Item 10.4.1, proposed 4 group dwellings with 2 ancillary dwellings in 44 Broadway, Embleton. We have 6 deputations. We will start with the first one with Mr. Allen. You have a conflict of interest? Yes, if you can please leave the room. We will call you when we finish the 6 deputations. Mr. Allen, if you can please state your full name and suburb.
John Allen, Embleton.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
It won't take that long. The proposal for the buildings that are going up at 44 Broadway raises a major concern over the parking in that area. The buildings going up will house 32 people. Of that, there's 8 parking spaces, I'm told. The rest of them obviously are going to have to park somewhere else. Not everybody will own a car. I appreciate that too. But my main concern is where they're going to park the cars. Did that go off then? It's back. Where they're going to park the cars. On that, I live on the corner of Broadway and Embleton and Holmwood Way. In that area, we have 9 small children. I can see that the cars would be coming on the northern side of Broadway, which is against my fence and where the cycleway is. We also have a skate park. It's round the corner, and we have children going there all the time. Weekends, it's a never-ending, obviously that's their sport. The parking is going to be a major problem because we've had problems with it in the past, where the council took very little effort to solve the problem. That's why I'm here today. I fear, seriously, for the safety of not only the children in the street, but also some of the older people in that area as well, of which I'm one, of course. It's going to be a very, very difficult situation. On top of that, I'm now told that 2 doors away from this proposal, there's another house which is going to be co-living with 6 more people moving in there, which is possibly another 6 cars, which brings it up to 30. So there could be 30 vehicles there at any one time. The road itself, Broadway, should be called motorway. They're flying up and down there all the time. They put a speed hump at one end and a speed hump at the other end, but the young blokes prefer that as their takeoff place and see how far they can fly. Which might sound funny, but it's not when you live in the area. The main problem is, I seriously fear, we've already had one child killed on that road many years ago, I must admit, but we don't want any more. We really don't. Another thing that, when the thing was proposed, council sent out advisory letters to, excuse me, to a couple of people. I mean, this is a major proposal. I live across the road. I didn't get one. The bloke next door, he got one. The fellow opposite, he got one. I don't know about anybody else, but I just thought they were let down a little bit, and we only found out by word of mouth talking about it. So, yeah, that's my major issue, is the parking of all these vehicles. Should they have vehicles, of course. And that's about it for me. So I don't need the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions?
Steve? You had a question, didn't you? No, all right.
I do have some questions, but not for you, but I have some questions
very
for one of the other deputies and for the city a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will continue to Mr. Hartley. If you can please come forward and mention your full name and suburb.
Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Hartley. I'm from Embleton. I live next door to the property where the proposed dwellings are going to be built. I'm against the proposal. I second what Mr. Allen says. The main concern for me will be the traffic, the parking, but also I think that the proposal doesn't really fit the community and the neighbourhood. It's a quiet street. There's a lot of young families, that like was already said. And I think that, you know, having the proposals about having sort of temporary accommodation for transient people, they spend 6 months there. I don't think that really adds much to the community or the neighbourhood. I'm a recent father. I got a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old child, and I think with an extra, potentially dozens and dozens of cars and many much more traffic going up and down the street would be a real danger for the children. There's a park opposite my place, and there's often children, like was said, going to the skate park as well. But I also think the proposal for 2-storey dwellings is massive, and it's out of character for the street. I don't think there's anything anywhere nearby that's of that sort of size. And I also agree with Mr. Allen when he says that it wasn't really communicated adequately, I think, from the council to homeowners around there, especially in regards to the timelines about what we could do to get organised in the area to express our dissatisfaction with the proposal. I think we had a handful of days to organise a petition. I think somebody more proactive than myself actually organised that. And I think also there is quite a lot of community disapproval for this proposal, actually. And I'm happy to see that there's people that are here to speak. So I think, and so there wasn't given much time, and I think even preparing this, there wasn't a lot of time, and I think speaking to the council, I wasn't exactly happy that with their response to our questions and how forthcoming they were with information regarding the project. It wasn't immediately clear, who was going to be living in these buildings. I'm not exactly against the idea, but I think it's probably better for, maybe somewhere closer to the city, and it's not really a good fit for our street, which would probably better suit, actual dwellings for permanent members of the community and young families or something like that. So that's my. I don't have a planning background, but I think that's that's my opinion on the matter. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Joseph, for your deputation. You mentioned that you had some questions that you were directing to the city, and you said that they may have not been forthcoming with those answers. Can I just get from you just what sort of questions, just for my knowledge, you were asking, and that you felt that the answers were not forthcoming?
Well, I think they didn't have much information really at all about who was going to live because in the actual dwellings, and they provided something from the developers, I believe, that sort of explained hypothetical tenants, but I don't think it was that those documents were really that clear on who was living there, and I think it wasn't just sufficiently clear to me really, and I'd say it's still not really. Understand the idea, the concept is that it's short term. How that's better than just regular buildings. The density is just too much, I think, for the street basically. But I don't think they really adequately answered our question even today.
Sorry, so the questions are relating to who may be living there.
Yeah, who's living there
in the proposed development, but also in regards to density as well. Was that were you asking those questions as well, or is it just more about?
That's just one of my other concerns.
Sorry, just clarifying what you were saying.
Yeah, one of the questions, one of the main questions we were asking was about who would actually be living there. I remember I was asking, and it wasn't really adequately addressed, I don't think.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? I have one question.
Yep.
If I may, I'm not sure if you are ready to answer that, but if you read the report, it's on page 151 of the hard copy. It does say that the assessment of the planning team, our planning team, is that the development complies with overall with the R codes.
Yeah.
So a question is, on what basis you think that the council should reject it?
I think, from my understanding, and I'm not an expert around planning, but I think correct me if I'm wrong, the codes were recently updated, weren't they? In some sense, these aren't new planning regulations that they abide by. I think they were changed recently. And so, obviously this fits them if they've been changed recently, and that makes sense, but I don't think it really, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember reading that they were actually changed so that a project like this might be able to be in a spot such as it is. But I just think, besides the planning element, I think for most people in the community, it's not, and I think most people would actually agree, it's not suitable. And I think it's not really in the interest of members, permanent members of the community either, people that actually want to live in Bayswater Council and want to live in Embleton and want to enjoy peace and quiet, that type of thing. So it's not really in our interest,
Thank you. I'll check if there are any other questions. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Still same item, we are moving to Ms. Italiano. If you can please come forward and state your full name and suburb, and you will have 5 minutes.
Okay. Rhiannon Italiano from Embleton. I'm a resident and property owner, a 260-metre walk from 44 Broadway. However, I live out of the consultation area, so I only became aware of the proposal through this agenda. I have not signed the petition. I support this in principle. This sort of innovative housing solution is welcomed. This block presents a perfect opportunity in a great location, and I want to be clear that I support single renters in our community. However, I do have concerns about exactly what is being proposed. I appreciate that this development is assessed against design codes, and there is a fundamental problem with how these HMO models sit within the design codes, as really they function more like apartments than individual homes, but have none of the planning requirements of apartments. This is where my concern lies with the parking situation for both cars and bikes. I appreciate the application's 8 parking bays technically exceeds required parking for 4 single homes under the design codes, but if each room with an ensuite was treated as a single room apartment and this was assessed against requirements for apartments, they would require 19.5 parking bays for tenants plus an additional 5 for visitors. I ask Council to consider the following. A, this is a development that is designed to house 26 adults, and it will. It is a commercial enterprise where each room will be leased to house a tenant. There will be no spare rooms, no guest rooms, no studies, no junk rooms. Every bedroom will be used as a bedroom. And yes, this is good in a housing crisis, as long as other aspects of the design support this level of occupancy. B, the information provided by the applicant on the demographics of their tenants in existing premises, which is page 218 of the agenda, states 65% of current tenants have a vehicle. If 65% of the 26 tenants of this new development have cars, there will be 16.9 cars for the 8 designated parking spaces. C, the list of employment of current tenants, again page 218, includes a number of jobs that require an own vehicle, Uber driver, community support workers, or early late shifts that make using public transport to reliably get to and from work impossible. Baker, chef, care worker, night fillers. I'm not seeking to demonise these professions or these tenants. I've worked in these industries as well. It's just a condition of our car-centric society and employment conditions. Furthermore, if this was an apartment complex, there would be a requirement for 13 bike parking spots. In this plan, there appears to be none, and I think it's quite frankly shameful. I have 4 requests of Council. 1, seek to ensure the driveways provide for additional on-site parking, 2 spaces per home to allow for a minimum of 4 cars to be parked at each home. 2, seek to require bike parking, equal bike parking as car parking. This bike parking should coexist with the 4 parking spaces so that both are accessible and can be used at once. 3, commit to installing no parking on verge signs along all the verges of Ockley Square Reserve diagonal to the property to ensure it is not used as overflow parking for residents and visitors of 44 Broadway. This small park with a playground is well patronised, and parking on the verge negatively impacts the amenity of the park and poses safety risks for park users. Let's keep cars on the roads, whether driving or parked, and our green spaces and adjoining green verges free of cars. 4, when considering rates determinations for 26-27, consider if HMO homes should be charged commercial rates given they are a commercial enterprise. And 5, consider bringing Ockley and Homewood streets forward on the footpath construction schedule, given they don't currently have footpaths and are likely to have a lot more street parking on them in future. In closing, I would urge Council and likewise Co-Living to consider how they can work with the Embleton community to make this development a success. A development that serves its purpose to increase housing supply in a new way and that exists in balance with the surrounding neighbourhood. This will be the first development of this type in Embleton, and its success or failure will determine the community's acceptance of future proposals and novel housing solutions. I also just wanted to add that I'm fully supportive of the requirement to retain existing mature trees and plant 3 additional verge trees. It is fantastic to see this as a condition of the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Rhiannon, for your deputation. Just want to clarify a few things that you raised in your deputation. You mentioned that you currently reside around 260 metres away.
That's to walk, so it's if you drew a straight line, it would be closer.
So it'd be closer as the crow flies then? Yeah. And sorry, you mentioned there were no footpaths on streets, and I didn't quite catch the names of those streets that you mentioned.
I don't know if there's a map available, but if you're looking at a map, there's like a park diagonally across from the block.
Yep, Ockley
With
Square.
a street around it. So Ockley doesn't have a footpath, and then Homewood, which is the next street around, which is the street that I live on and a number of the other deputies live on, also doesn't have a footpath.
Yep, thank you. And just one last clarifying question. You mentioned, based on the calculations and the reporting from the developers' report, that 65% of their tenants use a car or have a car. Just clarifying the calculation that you had 16.9 cars, is that correct?
Let me double check. hopefully my maths was right. 16.9 cars, so 65% or 26.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are moving to Mr. De Vries. If you could please come forward and state your full name and suburb. And you have 5 minutes.
Sure. My name is Isaac De Vries. I live in Embleton. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here tonight. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed development at 44 Broadway. I live right next door to the site of the proposed development, and I'd like to raise a few concerns that we've already raised, but just want to reiterate those. So in terms of the noise amenity and the intensity of the use, before I launch into that, I want to draw what I think is an important distinction between what is permissible under the planning codes and what is right for the community. And so I'm not a planner, none of us are. In terms of the actual HMO model and whether it's right for the community, the planning officers and the residential building codes, you can, when you look at the application, you go, oh, six residents in the house, checks the box. It's just not right for the community. In terms of the noise and amenities, so each of the 4 dwellings will accommodate 6 unrelated adults on the site and 2 additional in the ancillary dwellings. It's just big share houses. I think calling them HMO accommodation is sort of a rebranding of just it's a big share house. And these tenants are going to be signing into 6-month contracts. It's going to be a significant turnover of the people who are going to be living in there. They're not going to be permanent members of the community. They're not going to reside there permanently. I think this type of intensive use will undeniably erode the quiet residential character that has defined our street for decades and will impact the livability of adjoining properties, including my own. I think that the residents are rightfully concerned that this proposal will erode community cohesion and family amenity in what has always been a safe, stable and family-oriented area. I'd like to, so then in terms of the parking and the traffic, that's obviously been covered comprehensively. One thing I'd like to point out is in the officer's report, they acknowledge that each dwelling only provides 2 car bays with theoretical overflow into the driveway. This directly contradicts the applicant's parking rules on page 221 of the agenda. The point there being that, you know, as Rhiannon touched on, there's going to be at minimum an excess of 9 cars using the applicant's, what I would consider a conservative estimate of the number of cars that are going to be on the street. And I just don't see where they can put those safely. I've got 3 young kids under 5 myself. I take my boys for bike rides. I just don't think that is it's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt. I think if this development is approved as well, I think it would set a dangerous precedent as well, as developers will exploit the city's generously sized blocks and the lax group dwelling provisions to introduce high density sort of pseudo lodging houses onto our residential streets. And I don't believe that is the intent of the city's planning framework, nor what the community was ever consulted on. As I understand it, the city doesn't have a policy on how to manage this type of accommodation. It is quite new to the country, and over in the UK, where this type of accommodation is quite prevalent, all local governments have requirements and recommendations and guidelines of how to safely manage them. The concentration of the HMOs, like John touched on earlier, there's number 50 Broadway is currently being renovated into the same style of accommodation. Now we're adding 4 more on the other side of my property. that's five of these. I just don't think that is conducive to the family-oriented environment that the community has been over the 5 years that we've lived there. And then again, so as part of that policy, so unlike the short-term rentals, where there is sort of guidelines and requirements that they need to abide by, other than having less than 6 people in the house. In the development application, they've noted that one of the objectives of the residential zone under LPS 24 is to preserve and enhance those characteristics which contribute towards residential amenity and to avoid those forms of development which have the potential to prejudice the development of a safe and attractive residential environment.
Sorry, you did reach the 5 minutes, so if you can just conclude.
Sure, of course. This isn't about opposing development. This is just about ensuring that the development is right for the context. Our community, we support growth that is thoughtful and well integrated, but this proposal represents overdevelopment and it prioritises high tenant yield over long-term residential quality. We respectfully ask Council to either refuse the application in its current form or require significant modification to reduce its scale, intensity and impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? No. Thank you. We're now moving to Ms. Hawkins. Yes, if you could please come forward to the mic and state your full name and suburb.
Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to see some smiles out there. You must be coming very tired. I'll try and make this quick. I'm basically presenting a personal aspect of what our neighbourhood is about. You see the buildings, you see the footpaths, you see the traffic, you see the houses, but you don't see the beautiful people that live in that community. And I feel that the proposal for 44 Broadway will have a huge impact on the people at the end of Broadway, Oakley Square, and where I live in Holmwood Way. So I live at the end of Holmwood Way. So I actually want to introduce you to our little community. And generally, Embleton is one of those precious gems in the Bayswater area. You truly could say it is safe, it has a community spirit, trust towards one another, and a helping hand every day. We have a sense of belonging, we have a shared identity, and we have commitment. Will this proposal, with a high number of tenants who are going to increase our foot traffic within that small area, and I live near an open lane. So those particular people will catch the train. They will not walk down to Embleton Avenue and go up to the train station. They will go through the laneway. I live with a wonderful group of older people, and my concern is their safety on the road, safety in their house, and being able to actually go outside and walk. I believe that parking will come into Holmwood Way. We have people who speed around my corner. We have residents who park parallel. It's just an accident that is going to happen. And I don't want my elderly neighbours to think that they can't walk down the street. They have to actually go on the road. I walk my dogs every day. I don't want to walk out on that street and have to watch, sorry, I'm dramatising this, have to watch out for vehicles and people, extra people that I don't know, who are going to go in and out of the laneway with no purpose. Sorry. So for increased foot traffic to be safe, obviously the council needs to put in infrastructure and maintain footpaths. Also, you have calming speed bumps. I haven't actually seen the speed bump be calm. to be honest. Security threats, we don't know who's coming in and out of the laneway, and the elderly people will become concerned about that. We actually know each other, we know who's away, we go and help each other, and I think our little street, our little community is going to be disadvantaged because will those tenants have a sense of belonging? Will they have commitment? And will they have an identity with us? If they are changing every 6 months, I can't see that happening. We have a laneway. It is poorly lit. It is increasing safety risks. The making of the area feels less welcoming and potentially leading to conflict. When you walk down the laneway, you cannot see what is visible in the front of the gardens. When I catch a train, I go down to Meltham because I don't want to walk from the Morley train station through my laneway. So you will see that that is putting our residents at risk. Hold on a minute. Sorry. A laneway is not entirely a crime area, but it can become potentially that area with antisocial behaviour and my elderly neighbours fearing crime. We already have people that walk through and go through our cars. What happens when that traffic is really increased? Okay, so I'm going to get to the end of this now. Sorry. Therefore, our precious Embleton will no longer be what it is, a sense of belonging, a sense of identity and commitment. It will change. Overcrowding, road safety, accessibility challenges, security threats, increased accidents, potential for conflict. Therefore, our little community loses its spirit. We are just beginning to bring in a new set of families, like these young guys here. So nice to see. Are they going to experience what we experience as a community? So, what is the proposal going to return to us? What is the advantage that we're going to get in return?
You did reach 5 minutes.
Can I just finish 2 secs?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. A healthy community assures equal opportunities to participate in decision-making and enhance diversity, promoting a sense of pride and shared purpose. Will we visually be able to see that and hear that? Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just stay, because councillors, that's okay, councillors may have some questions for you. Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Susan, for your deputation. You referenced a laneway near this proposed development.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, I'm just looking at a map. I'm just trying to identify where this laneway is. Are you referring to a laneway that's between Holmwood and Embleton? Is that?
Yes, that's
and it sort of goes towards the, I guess, the Morley Windmills Soccer Club.
Yes.
Is that? Thank you. Just at the moment, that laneway, what sort of amenities are in there for at night? Is it lit? None. To me, it looks like it's unpaved. Might be an up.
Nothing.
So
There's no lighting, so if you're going to have that extra foot traffic, you are going to have people going in and out, and you can't see. If you're walking along at night, you can't see visibly what is behind those fences at the end. And with this increase of tenants, you know that that foot traffic is going to increase.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions, councillors? I have one question, Ms. Hawkins. So I was trying to understand from your comments, I'm trying to understand, so what are the differences between the tenants that may live in this development in the future, if approved, and other tenants living in Embleton? Why you think that those tenants are a safety risk for the community and not contribute to the community and not be part of the community. And other tenants that I'm assuming that there are many tenants in Embleton and not all of them are property owners who live in their properties. Why those are safety risks and not all other tenants are safety risks?
I'm probably not inferring that, actually. I'm just more or less saying that when you have that increased foot traffic, as well as those tenants, there's always the possibility, even with the people who live in the community, that there could be a safety risk. Does that answer? Probably not, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins. The last deputation for tonight is from Mr. Walker. If you can come, please, forward and state your name and suburb. And I think you're speaking on behalf of the consultant, right?
Yes, we are the consultant. We're
Yes.
speaking on behalf of Troy and his team, Co-Living Collective.
If you could just please state your name.
Robert Walker from Planning Solutions.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you to all the community members as well that have rocked up to make a deputation as well and let their concerns be heard. Hopefully after this deputation and some questions, we can, I suppose, clear the air about some of the concerns that have been raised. Beside me is Troy Felt. He's the co-founder and director of Co-Living Collective, and he will also be available to answer any questions that may be raised following this deputation. Firstly, just want to thank the city's officers for their positive report and their recommendation. We're definitely supportive completely of that recommendation, including all of the conditions and the advice notes that are proposed. I think the city's report is comprehensive. The proposal is almost entirely consistent with the planning framework, including the expected density and intensity of the development for this zoning, which is the medium to high density residential zone. Each group dwelling proposed does have its own unique design, and it prioritises sustainability as well as some generous landscaping. I do note that we did receive the several submissions, so as I said before, Troy and I are happy to answer any questions following this deputation. Troy and his team have been quite involved within the City of Bayswater previously. Troy has completed several projects within the city over the last couple of years, including their project at Jacqueline Street in Bayswater. The Co-Living Collective team actually ended up having an open house earlier this year at Jacqueline Street, where members of various local governments were able to turn up and walk through the product to see it delivered on the ground. And once it was completed, and I believe one of those was actually the mayor, a lot of positive feedback was received at the open house. A lot of comments were made about the generous landscaping, the spaciousness, and the general high quality of the interior and exterior design. And that proposal was also 3 group dwellings, so obviously one less than what's being proposed today. I think Troy's team as well, they've also got an excellent reputation that they're attempting to maintain. They've delivered over 106 projects across the city, providing housing for 700 residents. They genuinely do care about their product, and I think it's evident in the high quality of product that they do deliver. There's information about Troy and their team in the agenda, which we provided with our development application pack. So, yes, we're happy to answer any questions, and we would request the council adopts the recommendation next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are there any questions? Councillor Loyakono.
Hello. If every tenant has a car, that's potentially 24 cars. Can you tell me where they're going to go?
Thank you for the question. Not every tenant will have a car. Troy and his team, they've got a very careful management process where the tenants that they select are specifically based on the number of cars that can be accommodated on the site. So I think the number quoted previously and Troy's statistic is it's generally 65% of their tenants will have a car. And so if it gets to the point where leases are granted to a number of residents and the car parking allocation is exhausted or close to exhausting, then that will influence the tenancy selection decision. So not every resident will have a car, obviously, for this exact reason.
So to clarify, you're saying that the 2 car bays or the garage space plus, say, 2 extra behind that garage space, once that's exhausted, there'll be no other leases granted to people with cars? Or will they end up on the streets?
Almost. It depends on the leasing arrangement. So the leasing arrangements are finalised afterwards. Typically, if the car parking allocation on site is exhausted, they'll most likely then select tenants that don't have car bays, so that the on-site parking management is carefully considered.
Okay. Another one, please. It says in your purpose statement, or co-livings rather, on page 185, that you want to ignite conversations. Did co-living ignite any conversations with the adjacent property owners or tenants before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And one more, please. Residential tenant owners of any property are entitled to a safe and attractive residential environment. The occupants of Broadway are entitled to it, and so are the surrounding owners. Is 24 bedrooms, 24 bathrooms, and potentially 24 cars being allocated within one residential locality, in your opinion, conducive to affording the surrounding owners and occupants safe and attractive environment? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure why
So-
it wouldn't, because it'll just be 6 standard residents in each dwelling. They're going to be young professionals. I think 91% of co-living's occupants are young professionals. I don't think a young professional, or it doesn't have to be a young professional, but I don't think that would necessarily pose a risk to the livability and the safety of the area. They're not, I suppose we had a couple of questions about this before as well. These definitely won't be, they're not short stay units. These are permanent residents on a standard residential lease. Troy's average tenancy occupancy is actually 18 months. So these will be future members and contributing members of the City of Bayswater. So it's not going to be a transient proposal by any means.
Sorry, one more just off the back of that. I did read that you aren't operating under the Residential Tenancy Act. Is that correct? Are these common law contracts you enter in with tenants, or you do? Am I incorrect?
Might be a better question for Troy.
They're actually boarding house modified for long-term accommodation. So, we're very strong about. We believe that every
Can you
person
please come
deserves
to
a
the mic?
house.
Sorry, closer to the mic.
Everyone deserves to live in a house. So, we've got to provide affordable accommodation. Our tenancy, we call them housemates, range from 18 to 73. Our oldest housemate, they're couples of 73 years of age, and they don't wish to move out of this accommodation. Loneliness is a major issue in society. We are creating housing that's creating communities within communities. We're not creating houses that don't create that community there. So the comment about parking, it's actually 60% of our housemates have cars, and we manage that according to our management plan, because we don't want to have problematic properties in shires that support what we deliver. And Bayswater has been very supportive of what we deliver to what we produce out there in the marketplace. We provide a product that is affordable, but I'll highlight it's quality accommodation. Young professionals from barista to a nurse, to an engineer, to doctors, to cybersecurity experts. We've got a whole variety of people that live in this accommodation. It's a new product and it's scary, I get it, but the product that we're delivering is at a very, very high standard. And I encourage you to visit some of our product, because you'll be surprised in what people live in this accommodation. It's not what is perception or what's perceived to be. Yeah, so I just want to point that out.
I could probably just add to that as well, just to extend Troy and his team. There's Co-Living Collective's a branch, and then there's a few branches that operate kind of within that. There's a whole arm dedicated to the management of these properties, just in case any issues were to arise. So there's a very strict procedure and compliance that's in place to deal with all of those issues.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for your deputation. I just want to quickly clarify. I've got a few questions, but I want to clarify it first up. Sorry, Troy, was it? Yeah, you mentioned in response to Councillor Loakano's question that the profile, you have 60% of your tenants having a vehicle.
Yes.
The report that's mentioned in page 218 says 65%. Can I get clarity on what?
It does fluctuate. Yep. So it does fluctuate between sometimes 55 up to 70. So it does fluctuate to where that sits. So we know our housemates very well, and we have a lot of data. We've developed over 1,000 beds. We understand how they want to live, what they eat, and where they want to live and how they want to live. So with respect, it does fluctuate. So if it's 65, I apologise.
Yeah, no, I only ask because 65% does represent, as a previous deputy gave us, 16.9 cars, which if you include the two carport bays on the plan, plus the 2 additional parking bays on the driveway, that provides for 16 cars, and you're saying on 65% has a vehicle rate, that's an additional car. That's where is that being stored, essentially, is my question.
Yeah, good, yeah, okay. The parking we find is often talked about, and it's least of an issue with our product, I appreciate that WA, we rely on our vehicles. That's why we bring product that has the amenities to reduce the reliance on vehicles. So while it's a large topic about we've got 6 beds, we should have 6 car bays, it's just not possible. And if we keep developing projects that focus around parking lots, we're going to have a pretty ordinary, I guess, the way we develop these projects. So we want to reduce the amount of parking required for these assets, so we manage that accordingly. So we call our property managers, they're actually people managers, and they manage people. So we actually define how, when housemates come in and apply for applicants, and we get, for 1 bedroom, we could have 18 applicants for that 1 bedroom. We'll go through the criteria, and if they've got vehicles and we've got it covered, then they're less likely to get the room than others that don't have vehicles. All right? Yeah.
I could probably just add to that as well. I mean, the planning framework does only require the 1 bay per dwelling. We're already providing above that, but I suppose the other reason is we're within relatively close proximity of the train station, and I suppose the whole reason for the framework to have this sort of density near the train station is to help ease congestion and ease the reliance on parking and promote active methods of transportation as well. But we also acknowledge that, there is a bit of a stigma with an application like this, and that's why Troy is very reasonable and does make an attempt to provide bays above what's actually required by the framework.
Thank you for referencing the distance away from a train station, a major train station, because that was actually my next question. I refer to page 151 on the agenda where parking and traffic, it states that the location is, has to be within an 800-metre walkable distance to the high-frequency train station, and I note that in the report from officers that they reference that this is 800 metres away. I just want to clarify from you, and then this might be a question for the administration, who provides that calculation? Is it yourself in the development application, or is that something that of your understanding, does the city calculate? Basically asking, did you provide that calculation as part of your development application?
Thank you for the question. Was in the city's report, I can't remember off the top of my head, what number did they quote?
It's on page 149, development application has been submitted, paragraph. They refer to the site is also located within 450 metres from Bayswater Waves, 800 metres from the Morley train station, and is serviced by various bus routes. Just clarifying if you know that is a figure that you have provided, is your understanding that the city has done their own investigations in regards to that? So I can point my questions appropriately.
That's probably a question for the city if it's in their report.
Thank you. Just in regards to the tenancy and how that's determined, that's co-living collective that will be managing that. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
It's actually living rooms. It's a division within the group that just focus on the property management aspect of the business, yes.
Yeah. I guess you mentioned that they wouldn't be exceeding the vehicles that's allowed through the leases. So if you're at your 16 limit and you still have 2 rooms to let out through a lease, you wouldn't be accepting leases from those with vehicles. Is that correct? Or they wouldn't be?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, they may not have a vehicle and they may have a vehicle in the future, but a lot of our housemates generally have scooters rather than bicycles. I know we mentioned bicycle position. So again, parking is less of an issue than what we talk about, and it's often discussed. So it's managed by the property management team to ensure that least disruption to the community is done, and we often go out once the asset's leased. We often speak to the neighbouring properties to see how it's tracking, and the feedback is often very positive. Their perception, what they thought it was going to be, and what it actually ends up to be is completely different. So.
And you mentioned before, and I may have missed the answer from in response to Councillor Loakano's question, mostly because it wasn't given in the microphone and I didn't see the physical response, but sure. I believe there was a question regarding consultation to adjacent properties. Can I just get clarity on if that was completed? What was the answer to Councillor?
No, we don't. We often have just discussions with the community after the property's leased out, and we're discussing with the neighbouring properties, but not prior to lodging a development submission, no.
Yep. Point 4 in your presentation note references the planting of 9 additional trees, including 3 new trees. A reference that's part of your report mentions that, that several mature trees will be lost as a result of this development. Can you quantify how many that is?
I'd have to have a look at the plan, and I'm happy to provide that information to you, I suppose, before the council meeting. There are obviously some mature trees on the site that are located in a position that they can't be retained, but the area where they can be retained, all effort will be made to retain those trees. As well as that, I believe there'll be a provision of, I think, including the trees that are going to be planted, there's going to be 3 additional street trees planted in the verge. I think 9 additional trees will be planted across the entire site as somewhat of an offset.
Yeah, and would you be able to provide the number of trees that will be lost in addition to the canopy coverage that will be lost, given that this is an issue that the council is currently trying to work on over the next 10 years as part of its tree canopy coverage targets?
I can certainly provide the numbers. I'm not sure if we'd have the information about the canopy cover, though.
Thank you.
Councillor Zasowski.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation tonight. You've heard from other deputies tonight regarding their concerns. So I wanted to ask some questions of you to try and help address some of the concerns that have been raised by the other deputies.
Yeah,
Thank
of course.
you. Thank you. In the report on page 176 of the printed agenda, it talks about the residential zone in our local planning scheme 2024, and it outlines 5 key objectives for our scheme. Objective C in that scheme says the following, and it follows on from one of the deputies as well who wasn't able to continue this line of questioning. One of the objectives is to preserve and enhance those characteristics which contribute towards residential amenity, and to avoid those forms of development which have the potential to prejudice the development of a safe and attractive residential environment. So I have 3 questions. My first question: how does this development preserve and enhance the characteristics of the residential amenity in that area?
Of course, thank you for the question. I think the introduction of a diversity of people is one. I think one of the key things that makes up the amenity of a suburb is the diversity and the number of people that live and reside and contribute to a community. And I think this is probably a product that does add a little bit of diversity into the neighbourhood. So I think that's certainly a plus, and it's also addressing obviously quite a large housing supply issue at the moment that we have with the introduction of additional dwelling diversity, which is also incredibly important in an increasingly inaffordable market. A diversity of housing stock is very important, and this is a very unique and affordable option for community members.
Have you been to this area?
Me personally, no.
No. So I've just been listening to your response and knowing the area very well. I might help you a bit if I can in regards to the character of the area. It is a safe
Sorry, Councillor, this is a question.
It's a question, yes.
Time.
Okay,
sure.
I'll move on to
for the
another.
debate.
Yeah, sure. I'll move on to another question. How does this development preserve or enhance the safety in the area?
How does it enhance the safety of...
Preserve and enhance, as per the objectives in our residential zones in our local planning scheme.
In terms of the preservation of the area, well, I mean, as mentioned before, these developments and Troy's team very carefully manage the operation of these tenancies to ensure that the tenants are behaving in a way that wouldn't compromise the amenity of its local residents. And then in terms of increasing safety, it's additional people that live in the area. It's additional people that are on the street and contributing to the community and that are in the area. So by way of passive surveillance is certainly one. Yeah.
Another two questions, thank you.
Please.
On the same line of thinking here, how does this development preserve and enhance the residential environment of the area, considering the scale of the development, the setbacks, which aren't consistent with current setbacks, and permeability in the verge area, which is not in alignment with our council policies? So how does this development preserve and enhance the residential environment?
I think it probably goes back to my previous points about the provision of additional housing stock and a diversity of housing product for a wide range of people. I think it's an important factor for suburbs to be able to provide homes to a wide range of people that need it. And I think that is quite essential to preserve the residential character of an area. Now, in terms of the density, like I can understand that this might be slightly outside of what's currently existing in the streetscape, but it really is almost entirely consistent with the density that's allowed under the framework. It's also a permitted use, to not forget that. And in terms of just how intense this development is, the average site area requirement for this R code is 350 square metres per lot. The minimum is 300 square metres. Each of these dwellings has 402 square metres. So actually, these properties are larger than what's permitted under the framework as it stands.
Sure, thank you. My final question is in regards to the avenue that you have taken to get an approval for this. There are two avenues, I believe, that you can go through. One is to come to council and one is to go through another mechanism to get approval for this, because the cost here is exceeding $3 million. So my question is, why did you choose to come through the council avenue for approval for this instead of the other avenue that you have available?
Yeah, I think because Troy in the past has had a pretty good relationship with the city, and we thought this was an application that we would happily bring to council, and I didn't think we necessarily needed to have the development assessment panel determine it because of Co-Living's reputation and the products that they've delivered. Like I said before, they had an open house for one of their products that they recently constructed in Bayswater. A lot of people were invited to attend, including, well, I know the mayor was there, but also members from other local government areas, Belmont, Bassendean, planning officers and other support staff had the opportunity to come through and see what this product looked like. I think on that basis, kind of noting their track record and the projects that they've delivered, we were quite happy to come down the city pathway.
And one, sorry, just follow up on that. Thank you for listening to my questions. Is is the council process a bit of an easier process? Are you able to get things through your development that may require more work if you had gone through another process?
That's a good question. I think it probably depends on what the application is, but certainly our dealing with the city's staff up to this point has been productive, and we've had a couple of different applications. I mean, our firm generally deals with the City of Bayswater quite often, and we have a good working relationship with them. So absolutely, I think it's a pretty seamless process dealing with the city staff to go through the post-lodgement process. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my questions for tonight. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Leder.
Thank you. I just wonder, since you discussed the management practices, if perhaps you could elaborate on what you would do if you got a complaint about a resident to do with like parking on the street, if their neighbours were complaining about that, or noise or other kind of disturbances, how you would handle that kind of situation?
Yeah, so we have house rules. Anything from just putting the bins out to parking and every housemate has a designated car bay, who has cars, so they have a preference in terms of parking on that premises. So often housemates will advise the property management team of an issue, like I said, they're people managers, so they're always at the dwellings, they're always communicating with the housemate. So when there's issues, it's addressed pretty quickly.
It might be in text. You've got the WhatsApp channel.
Oh yeah.
You've got lots of avenues to.
We've got cameras on the outside as well, just from the front door. So just tracking, movement as well. Because it's 6 persons unrelated to live in this dwelling. There's no more. Yep. So and that's heavily managed. Yep.
So just to follow up, if you had serious concerns about a resident, is there a process to remove them?
Yes, there is. You can evict them immediately if it's for safety of the other housemates. Keep in mind, every room has a lock for safety as well. But yeah, so if there's an incident, not that it happens very often, but if there is, the police arrive and they are removed from the premises if need be. Yeah, that's why the REWA Tenancy Act isn't suitable for this asset class, and that's why we have different arrangements. Yeah.
And just another question. You spoke about your average lease length being 18 months.
Yep.
But earlier people were talking about 6-month leases.
Yeah,
Could you
good
elaborate
question.
on what kind of
Appreciate
leases
that.
you're offering?
So it's always a minimum of 6 months. So if a housemate hasn't lived in a co-living before, we always start them on 6 months. Yep, because some housemates just aren't suitable for co-living. So if they're not suitable for co-living, then we won't extend the lease. Yeah. So like I said, there's a strict policy and rules they've got to follow, and if they don't follow, it's 3 strikes, you're out. Yeah, not that aggressively, I might add, but it's just how we've got to consider all the other housemates within the dwelling as well. We want to create a community in there. We want people to enjoy living in these dwellings. And if one person isn't following the rules, then they need to be. There's three warnings. Yep.
Who's your longest standing?
73. I think they're 74 now. Husband and wife team, couple. Sorry, and they've lived there for I think 7-8 years now. They love living around youth. They don't want to move out. So yeah, we've got some, we're a real mix of people that live in the homes, and we manage that accordingly. We know what mix really works in terms of age and so forth. So yeah.
Yes, Councillor Peter Way.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So I just want to be very clear on that, because the proposal is for the permit to be no more than 1 person per room.
Correct.
So you mentioned couples, so
yeah,
we can rule out there is no couples.
There won't be any couples in a dwelling, yes.
Thank you. The other one that I just picked up on your statement there, that every housemate gets a car bay that applies for it, every housemate that has a car gets a car bay, but there's only 4 car bays available, yet on average 65% of these people have cars.
So some of them won't be permitted to live in the dwelling because
So what I guess what I'm getting at, Troy, is that there doesn't to be come across as a strict policy from your company in the sense that there's only 4 car bays available. If the council was to put no parking on the street verge there, right, which creates a problem for other tenants who possibly may have cars due to this 65%, there doesn't seem to be a strict policy coming through that I've heard tonight from your company that would then sort of say once we have the 4 car bays filled through tenancy, then that's it. There's no more that can be filled.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, you're right. It's not a strict requirement, but it's a requirement that co-living implement to maintain the amenity of the neighbourhood. Again, I'd point back to what's permissible under the planning framework. It's 1 bay per dwelling, and substantially more are already provided. So it's not a strict requirement that exists in the framework that you can put on this to manage it.
I understand that, and I appreciate that you're lobbying for this as well. But what I want to do is, obviously, there's been people who've deputised tonight about their concerns of overflow of parking, and obviously my concern is I'm not convinced that there is a strict policy under your organisation that would allow, once those 4 car bays are exhausted, that no more cars bays or no more tenants with cars are allowed to come into the property.
I suppose your concern is noted, and as mentioned, Troy and his team do their best to manage their leasing arrangements to fit the car parking that's available on site. I'd also say, in relation to any single dwelling or any group dwelling that's provided like this, if it was just a family living there with 4 people or 6 people and they each had a car, you'd have the exact same problem.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Visitor parking, how is that being handled as part of this application from your perspective?
It's a good question. There's no necessarily visitor car parking on site. If there's a car park available on the site, then the visitor can park there if it hasn't been allocated. Otherwise, if there are any visitors, they'd have to follow the public parking laws as per whatever the street permits.
You mentioned also on page 218 that 95% of your housemates are single. Is that on application, or is that within 6 to 12 months of their tenancy?
So if it's so we also do 4 bedroom, 4 bathrooms, 5 bedroom, 5 bathrooms. So we allocate a room that's designated and designed for couples. This product doesn't have couples facilities in the dwellings, except for ancillaries.
And that's on the application?
Yeah.
So if they were to enter, I'm doing the scenario here, if they enter into a relationship, they have a spouse or a couple or their relationship partner who has a car, who visits them, they park off site. Is that correct? There's no provision for that parking if all 16 of your allocated bays are taken. Yeah, so theoretically, you could see just about everyone could be in a couple here. And if, say, for example, and this is a theoretical situation, of course, but it could happen, or even half of those singles become in a relationship, and even half of those have cars, you're looking at an additional 6 cars that you may have to be part of the visitors situation there. And that's more about the amenity of that space and the safety of that road. Is that something that you've considered as part of this proposal?
Sorry, so the concern is if an occupant was to get a partner and that partner was to visit the premises, where would they park?
Well, you say that 95% of singles, and if even a quarter of those occupants were to enter a relationship within that 12 to 18 month average tenure, you have no provision for visitor parking. So at least, let's say, for example, 6 cars may be on street parking. Has that been considered?
I mean, it is speculating, but there's no visitor parking that's required under the planning framework. So, there's not much more we can do.
If, for example, a 6-month lease is provided to a new tenant who has not done house sharing before, they enter into a relationship within that 6 months, and then they go for they apply again for an additional 12 months. You say that you only rent out to singles. Will they be denied?
With this proposal, with the 6-bedroom options, because it's restricted by the land use definition of group dwellings under your scheme, that they can't, without applying for a change of use it would be a residential building or an alternative use under the scheme, they are restricted by the number of people under the land use definition, which is 6 people.
That's not suggesting that their partner is moving in with them as part of that arrangement, but it's more about the policies that you provide. That are you saying that you do not rent out to people who are in a relationship?
There's some product that Troy and his team deliver that have the ability to take on more people that are the lower bedroom numbers, but again, they are, for this proposal, given they're already at the 6, they wouldn't be able to join onto the lease without having to change the approval.
Councillor Black, maybe if you have a follow-up question about the partner issue, I'm
I'll
sure
leave it there, thank
Robert will be happy to receive them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to answer in the week leading up to the OCM if there's any additional queries that need to be clarified. Happy to provide a response.
Thank you. I do have 2 questions, quick ones. The 2 units show at the back the mature trees that you are keeping, and 2 other units, there is like a courtyard space. What's the landscaping proposed for the courtyard? Are there any trees planned to be planted?
We have a landscape architect that's been engaged. They've actually already prepared the landscaping plan, but there's a condition that's recommended on the approval for a detailed landscaping plan to be provided.
Okay.
It looks very nice.
Okay.
Very nice.
I understand that there is a long list of examples of other properties that you have done the same thing. Is this correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
A list of other properties around Perth that you have already done that. Is this correct? Is what I saw in the slides. How many other examples we're talking about?
We've developed over 1,000 beds to date. So there's scattered all around, from anywhere from Waikiki to Butler and everything in between.
And we have some in our city already.
Yes, we've got
Right.
Jacqueline Street, corner of Jacqueline Street and Mujibing.
Okay.
We built 3 townhouses there, 6 by 6 townhouses, where the Honourable Mayor was able to attend that home open. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? No. Thank you very much for your patience. And we are now, councillors, moving. Yes, we will call Councillor McDonald. Thank you. Just for the public gallery, just so you know, we are now moving to questions from councillors on items on the agenda. If you want to stay or not, just so you know, we have not finished the meeting yet. There is another written deputation submitted about the bag up item, and that is available online on the city's website. I'm just looking who we have here. They're all from the same one. Okay. So what I'll do, first of all, I just wanted to highlight to councillors that we did receive a supplementary document, if any councillor was not aware, or the public, about bag up. So that is also available online. What I will do, so now councillors and the public, we will now ask questions on items that were first subject to deputations. And what I'll do, I'll move forward with the advice of the CEO. I will bring forward item 10.4.1, which is around the group dwellings, because I see the public gallery is all the people interested in this item. And he's leaving the room. Yes. Thank you. Councillors, any questions to the officers? I have a few questions if you warm up. Sorry, do you want to start? Loyakono, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just wondering, in layman's terms or simple terms, how do we define what it means to preserve and enhance those characteristics which contribute towards residential amenities, and to avoid those forms of development which have the potential to prejudice the development of a safe and attractive residential environment? Like, how is that measured?
Yes, I will go to the director. If you can just bring it closer.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thanks for the question. So really the way to answer that is to do an assessment through the residential design codes, which contain a multitude of design elements that make up whether or not the design is appropriate for that site. And that site's density code is very relevant. In this case, the density code is R25. And so it meets the requirements, the size requirements for that density code. And it has been assessed by officers and it meets all the design elements of the R code. So that is the primary planning document that's used to answer that question.
Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Sosowski. Councillor Loiacono, who is first? Councillor Sosowski.
Thank you. We heard that the developer has got another location like this in the city. What's the feedback been like from residents, ratepayers living around that other development?
Yeah, we'll go to you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, look, that I don't know, but what is required of council to do is to consider each application on its merit. So this application, despite the applicant doing another development in the city, this needs to be considered on its own merit. We can certainly find out the information in the meantime, but notwithstanding whatever's happening there, this does need to be considered on its own merit.
I understand that, thank you. In regards to consultation, there is meant to be an area where everyone is sent letters and consultation is meant to occur. And we've heard tonight that it sounds very sporadic in the way that the consultation was done, even down Holmwood Way, which is so close to the location, not even receiving these letters. So are we able to get some information around how this consultation was conducted, please?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the consultation was carried out in accordance with the planning requirements. So it's a combination. So we send letters to adjoining owners, to owners of properties across directly across. Mr. Allen, he was one away from getting a letter from us, but we do put a notice on the city's website and on Engage Bayswater to advise of the broader community that this is available. So I think that people are here and that we received 6 submissions and a draft petition with 37 signatories. It means the word got out, which is good, and the plans were made available on the website.
Now, just in regards to Mr. Allen, I did have a conversation with him yesterday, and he did note that he does not use email or the internet. So for people like Mr. Allen, we may have an issue there with consultation. Sorry, that was a comment, not a question. In regards to the deemed to comply comments that you were making, which parts did not comply? Because it mostly complied. So which parts do not comply?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, in the report it outlines that there were 2 areas. So it does comply with the R codes. There's 2 types of pathways that can be assessed. You can do the number assessment or you can do the design principle assessment. So both are valid and it's been assessed, and I'm just bringing it up. So the merit-based evaluation of boundary setbacks, open space, site works and landscaping was considered under the design principles of the R code. So that's on page 49 of the report. And so that officers assess the proposal and the information that's submitted by the applicant against the design principles of the R codes, and it was assessed that it meets the design principles.
So setbacks, it doesn't meet the R code requirements for setbacks, but meets the R code requirements under the deemed to comply for setbacks.
Yep. So just to clarify, there are two pathways, and they're both equally valid. One is the deemed comply, which is numbers.
Okay.
And another is a more merit-based assessment where the design and the outcome is assessed against principles that are stated in the R codes.
And would that be the same for permeability for the driveway area in the verge area? We have a council policy on permeability, and I believe this one has about a 62%.
Yes, so that's a council requirement rather than an R code requirement.
In regards to one of the deputies talking about the rating strategy on these types of property, being a residential block of land, is it possible to rate that property under commercial rates, as was questioned?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, rating is based on the primary use of the property, which is for residential purposes.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Page 149 of the public agenda and page 46 of the Docs on Tap agenda, for your reference, under background, the first paragraph mentions the site is also located within 450 metres from Bayswater Waves, 800 metres from the Morley train station, and is serviced by various bus routes. The 800 metre calculation, was that performed by the city?
Through Deputy Mayor, yes, using a mapping tool.
Using a mapping tool. Was that, noting that the R codes on 2 pages further down, clause 5.53 stipulates that dwellings that 800 metres walkable catchment of a high frequency train station. I'm just noting that that is exactly on the border there. Is that 800 metres that is mapping, is that an exact figure, or is that rounded to certain standards as per the industry standards, or just some clarity on that, thanks?
Through Deputy Mayor, the 800 metres in the planning framework is as the crow flies. So it's well within that 800 metres. The walkable distance is 800 metres. So it's well within the planning framework. That means that as a result of being within a walkable catchment to the train station, that only one car bay per dwelling is required under the acceptable development outcomes.
Sorry, just to clarify the director's comment, just noting that our planning induction is after this this briefing. 800 metres under the clause 5.33 of the R codes is as the crow flies. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that's my understanding. That within 800 metres, that it would apply.
Okay, I have more questions, if that's okay, Deputy Mayor. My apologies, just going to the section. Lim 6 of the motion refers to 4 trees worthy of retention shall have measures consistent with Australian Standard 4970-2009. As someone who doesn't have access to the Australian standards, can I get clarity on what those measures entail for those trees?
Sorry, through Deputy Mayor, just with the previous answer, I just wanted to clarify the actual wording in the R codes. The deemed to comply requirement for a walk is an 800 metre walkable catchment. So it is exactly on the distance as you initially had said.
Okay, thank you. Do I need to repeat my question? In regards to Lim 6,
please.
Lim 6 refers to 4 trees worthy of retention and shall have measures consistent with AS 4970-2009. Just seeking clarity on what those measures entails under those Australian standards.
Through you, Deputy, I don't know those standards off the top of my head. They are commonly used, but I wouldn't be able to quote the specific standards. They are, pruning and arboristic type practices. That I don't know off the top of my head.
You can take it on notice if you want, Director.
Yeah, we can provide that to you during the week.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
At the end of Lim 3 refers to in the event a streets tree, verge trees to be retained adjacent to the subject site is damaged, removed or suffers irreversible effects. The landowner will be liable to pay for the amenity in brackets Heliwell valuation, the cost of removing the existing tree, plus the cost of a city provided for replacement tree in 3 years maintenance. Would that also apply to those 4 trees that are not considered street verge trees that are to be retained at the back of the site as per the site plans?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, just simply put, no, because they are on private property. They're not on the street verge. They're different.
Right. So to clarify, thank you. In regards to that same reference to the end of Lim 3 as well, the paying for the amenity valuation cost, etc. Is there an estimate from the city as to what that maximum cost could entail?
No, I don't have one on hand, but I can provide that and take that on notice.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? I have a few. First of all, I wanted to confirm again what I read in the report with regards to the parking, because that was a main concern to residents. That can the director please confirm that the development meets the parking requirements and provides more than is required in the R codes?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct. So the planning framework requires 1 bay per dwelling, and there are 2 bays provided inside a garage and 2 bays provided on the driveway. So there are 4 provided on site. So there's 3 more provided than what is the minimum requirement of the planning framework.
The minimum requirements, were they implemented recently by the state government? Is this something new?
So planning framework and the R codes is routinely reviewed and updated, but yes, there has been recent revisions, and I can get some more information on exactly when, but that change has existed for a little while.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Do we as a city have any say about the minimum requirements?
The city's planning framework is required to follow the R codes, which are is part of the state planning framework, and we're required to follow the R codes.
Thank you. So the report mentions that the development complies with the R code. The office's recommendation recommends to support the application. If council decides to reject the application, what will be the mechanism for the applicant to appeal?
Thank you for the question. So if council wanted to refuse the application, reasons would need to be given, and that would give a right of review through the State Administrative Tribunal that the application could be submitted to. One of the things that happens there is that they try to mediate, but in failing to mediate, it could go to a full hearing, and then the tribunal makes the final decision.
And what does it mean if we do get to the set stage, especially for the new councillors who have not gone through that stage before? What are the risks to the city, and especially financially?
Yes, so there would be risks, particularly when a proposal meets the planning framework and is refused. If it goes to a hearing, that there are substantial legal costs to defend that decision. So the reasons for refusal are very, very important if you've got a chance to uphold. One of the risks would be being awarded costs of legal costs to the applicant if we are unsuccessful.
Do you have any estimations what we're talking about?
No, but the SAT does try to operate in a low-cost jurisdiction and attempts to mediate. So we try to keep the costs low, but in terms of ultimate risks, if we don't try to find common ground, then we can be awarded for legal costs plus our own legal costs.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'd like to check with the city in regards to visitor parking assessments, if that was completed as part of the assessment of the development application.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the R codes does for 4 group dwellings does not have a requirement for any visitor spaces on site, so it complies.
Does the city have any local laws or policies relating to visitor parking?
Not for 4 group dwellings, no.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, I will call. We can call Councillor McDonald. Thank you. And to the public gallery, we have finished talking about that item for tonight. Council will debate it next week at 7 p.m. In accordance with the agenda, but we will start the meeting at 7 p.m. next Tuesday. So you're invited. We are moving back to the first deputation item that we had deputations on tonight, which is item 10.3.1 with regards to the proposed tree removal in Noranda. Councillors, any questions? I have a few. So we heard from the deputies that they witnessed damage to the house, internal damage. Is the city aware of that? Or can we confirm or not confirm? We're not sure whether those trees are responsible for that damage.
So officers have visited the site a number of times. We've witnessed roots in the ground where we've seen trenching that's been done on the property. Those trenches were done to repair plumbing work, and there's been a filter installed just inside the front verge of the property. The residents have stated that there is some damage to the plumbing of the house. We haven't witnessed what that damage is, and they've only just told us that there are
So we didn't see any evidence?
We haven't seen,
Any
internally
photos?
in the house, we haven't seen any
We
damage.
haven't seen anything. The root barrier proposed by the city, so can we be confident that that will resolve the issue with regards to the roots?
So it is a recommended practice. We do have similar treatments done around the city. I mean, in this particular case, we're looking at putting a plastic barrier that goes down to a depth of about 900 millimetres. So it's relatively deep, and that's just buried just below the surface. That is meant to cut off the lateral roots to that depth, and it's meant to stop the roots from coming up behind that barrier. But there's no guarantees to say that the roots won't come up. But it is a general practice that is commonly used and accepted in the industry.
Is there any possible risk to the trees if we do implement this? I think I heard something from the deputation.
The residents are concerned that that putting the barriers into the ground, they'll cut through the existing roots. That will be the case. We probably will cut through some roots. Where it's proposed to be installed is along the property boundary. So still on the verge, but as close as possible to the property boundary, and it will also curve around and follow the edge of the crossovers as well to prevent roots from going underneath those the crossovers there. So it is a fair distance from the trees. It's not as close as perhaps what some people think it's going to be to the trees. It is what we are trying to achieve is to put them closer to the property boundary.
Thank you. And would trimming the trees could help as another supplementary measure to reduce growth of new significant roots? I don't know if there is any correlation reducing the canopy.
I'd probably have to take that on notice to get further advice. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just referring to page 21 of the report provided by the consultant that refers to tree care and working in from the drip line and placement nearing 50%, the distance between the drip line and the trunk. An arborist should be consulted and the like. Then looking back at page 16 of that same report, it has an overview of a red line indicating where the root barrier system should be installed. It's just unclear as to, I guess, that if it meets that requirement there as per the appendix. Just referring to the deputy's statements in regards to drip line and distance between that drip line and the trunk, are we satisfied that that is an appropriate placement for structural support of the tree?
Through the chair, I mean, looking at the diagram that's in the report, it appears that it probably is going through that that space where the drip line is. But as mentioned earlier, the root barrier will be positioned as close as possible to the property. So in terms of what's shown in the diagram might not necessarily represent the exact location where it will go once it's installed on site. But there probably is some risk that it will go into that space. But once it's installed, it's not. We'll have the right people on site. An arborist will go on site to ensure that the best possible location is selected and that it's not going to compromise the structural integrity of the tree.
And just another question, Deputy Mayor, please ask the governance team to guide me in this, given that one of the deputies referred to litigation issues, and I don't necessarily know the protocol in regards to asking a legal question and going behind closed doors and like, and happy to take this on notice potentially, but has the city considered, I guess, that potential litigation issues that the deputy has raised in regards to if those trees were to be retained? And I'm happy to take that on notice and receive that in writing if that's not something that for discussion in this forum.
This is for you, CEO.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, we're happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? No. Thank you. We will move to item 10.3.2 with regards to East Baigup Management Order Transfer. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Leder.
I want to just get some clarity around whether the city has requested a formal proposal from the state government for this eastern portion of Baigup.
Through the chair, city officers have spoken with the state regarding the transfer or the possible transfer of that reserve to the city. We haven't asked for an actual offer to be placed on the table.
Is that how this usually works? Do you have to wait for an offer, or can the city make an offer of what we would require?
Through the chair, in this particular case, there were discussions, and that's where the suggestion was to prepare a management plan in terms of the restoration of that area, and that will kick off some of the discussions in terms of how much it will cost and what a possible offer in future could look like.
And what level within the administration do these discussions and negotiations take place? Is it officers or the executive is involved?
Through the chair, management. It's a manager level.
That's it. Yes, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In the supplementary information, page 3, under the 2023-24 heading, it refers to the environmental restoration plan was not formally presented to DPLH. Can I ask why that has been the case?
Through the chair, it hasn't been presented. The costs have been discussed in terms of what's contained in there, but not necessarily that we've handed over the actual plan to them.
Is there anything that the city can identify that may prevent a formal proposal being made either by the city or by the department, such as preparation of environmental restoration plan being presented, or any other formal piece of consultation or anything like that that may prevent a formal proposal being presented?
Through the chair, I mean, the state can put a proposal to us at any time. The city's definitely open to it. We haven't said that we wouldn't take, well, we don't want to take over that reserve. It's probably the conditions in terms of what they provide when that transfer occurs is probably what the issue is.
In reference to the officer's comments in the agenda, it refers that assuming management responsibility would require an ongoing financial commitment by the city, which is currently unbudgeted. Do we usually budget for items that are not within our remit within the city? And assuming that this portion of the Baigup wetlands is not within the remit since it's under management orders from DPLH, that's correct? Do we usually budget for things not within our management orders?
Through the chair, we've got a finite number of people and resources that we use that is allocated through the budget, that's allocated to the various areas that we maintain and look after. If this was taken on board, we would have to allocate further funds and potentially further people to undertake this additional area. I mean, we manage approximately 150 hectares of natural reserves. This is looking at adding another 11 hectares. So it is an additional area that's being added. It does stretch our resources unless council approves further resources to be allocated to those reserves.
Slightly down from that line refers to the following: the 5 years of funded environmental restoration works. It will require $80,000 in today's value per annum for site maintenance from 2030 onwards. That is for the 11 hectares of additional, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
On a per hectare basis, do we have a figure as to how much it costs to maintain? You mentioned 150 hectares currently within the city's management portfolio. How much per annum does that cost per hectare to maintain currently?
Through the chair, depending on which areas we're looking at, different areas have different unit rates because of the nature of those reserves and what type of work's required and what state they're in. In this particular case, this figure was calculated by the city officers that are directly involved with maintaining these areas, and they were comparing it to the western portion as well, which I think is quoted as about $52,000 per annum in the report.
Is it correct that our only other Class A reserve is the Lightning Swamp? Is that correct?
Swamp.
Lightning Swamp. How many hectares is Lightning Swamp, and how much per annum is that to maintain under the same conditions here?
Through the chair, I don't have those figures, but we do have the environment manager here that might be able to assist. Thank you.
Yes, please, manager.
Thank you. Through the chair, Lightning Swamp bushland is approximately 70 hectares. The budget does vary based on the service planning and the requirements for the reserve and the expectations of the community. Off the top of my head, I imagine it's within the order of about $60,000 per annum at the moment, but that will be subject to further service planning.
Sorry, is that just to clarify, that's $60,000 for the total 70 hectares or the per hectare rate?
We don't operate typically on a per hectare because it's subject to bushland condition. So bushland in poor condition requires more resources, whereas bushland in excellent condition requires less.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Leder.
Are all the legacy issues with the Bagup site outlined in the report, or are there some that are not detailed?
Through the chair, I mean, the report states that the boardwalk is a big issue, quotes $350,000 to go and renew that asset. There are some issues on the track and the culverts that are attached to that as well, which is not really mentioned in a great deal in the report, but it is something that needs to perhaps be looked at.
So is the cost estimate, does that include the cost for dealing with all of the legacy issues on the site?
Through the chair, the only one that's mentioned in the report in terms of legacy is the $350,000 for the boardwalk, and that's probably mainly because the discussions that have occurred would suggest that they would probably try to hand that over to us to replace, basically, in future when it's required to be replaced.
The report mentions around, I can't remember the exact figure, $850,000 that would be required over the first 5 years to deal with legacy issues. Does that cover all of the legacy issues, or are there others that are not included in that cost?
So that sum there is associated with the revegetation and restoration of the natural parts of the reserve. When we talk about the boardwalk, the $350,000 there, that's for the built assets on the site, and similarly, the limestone track and the culvert would probably fall into that built asset component.
Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I refer to supplementary items agenda, page 3, 2023-24 section. It indicates that DPLH has indicated that there may be financial assistance through the Area Assistance Grant Program. However, further down that paragraph, no formal funding commitment was received. Is a formal funding commitment being received from DPLH contingent on a formal proposal being offered, or what are the barriers to that formal funding commitment being received by the city?
Through the chair, my understanding is that we need to make an application for that funding. So we need to put a submission in. That's part of the management plan, is to suggest what needs to be done on the site, and that will form part of that submission.
So there are currently no barriers to making a submission for that funding through that Area Assistance Grant Program?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
I have a number of questions, Director. First one about our part of BEGUP. I understand that the management plan expired last year. I think it was 2014 until 2024. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Are we planning to start working on a new plan for BEGUP?
Yes, we will.
Okay, so that's separately of that, just to confirm. Thank you. What current protections BEGUP, both sides, have? Because I did hear from the deputations that lifting it up to a Class A reserve will provide further protections. What current protections can someone build on BEGUP? Is it a protected reserve at the moment?
It was actually listed as a Bush Forever site, so it's number 313, I believe, on the list. So that's protection in itself, that you cannot go and develop and build anything else on those sites.
So BEGUP, just to confirm, BEGUP is already protected?
Yes.
The Wyndon Guildford locality plan that DBCA currently working on, is there any correlation between what we're discussing here and the plan? If council, in other words, if council decides not to proceed with the process of taking over the east side, is there any impact on the plan?
In terms of that plan, that's an overarching plan. It stretches a fair part of the river. This forms part of that plan, like many other sites along that stretch. I don't see there being any issues. I'm not sure if the Environment Manager has an opinion in terms of that plan and what the impacts could be.
Yeah, this through you, through the chair. There will be no impact. The site is subject to the Development Control Area, which is a dual management order through us and DBCA. So irrespective of the land tenure, it will not affect the plan.
Okay. And as part of the Wyndon Guildford locality plan, is this an opportunity to get the state government to lift up the management of the side of BEGUP? Is this an opportunity to do that? Because it's an overarching plan for the foreshore.
Yes, they will be engaged as part of this process, and there will be opportunity for DBCA to make recommendations to them to provide management that's consistent with the overarching plan.
Thank you. I recall that several years ago we installed a new boardwalk on our side of BEGUP. Can the city confirm how much we paid for that, and whether the state government assists us with that?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. The report mentions on page 136 under ongoing annual maintenance some additional costs that we will bear if we will take over the east side, and it says any issues relating to acid sulfate soils, foreshore erosion, or mosquito management control. Can we get some estimations, rough estimations, so we understand how much that will be on top of the other costs, so we can really quantify it, because it's quite hard, I think, to do that.
Yeah, it will be hard to quantify that. I mean, I suppose what that's showing is that there are risks attached to the site. When we quote $80,000 per annum maintenance plus the $7,200 in mosquito management, they're the routine known works that we can see and we do each year. But there are other risks with acid sulfate soils as erosion that could potentially occur there's a number of risks that could occur during any of those years when we maintain those sites. In terms of trying to quantify what that is, it is difficult without knowing exactly what can happen.
But when we talk about erosion, what are we talking about? If we do need to rectify erosion issues by ourselves on the east side, if we take it over, and I'm comparing it to Tranby Reserve, when we talk about almost $1 million, are those the sums of money? Just so that we understand what we're talking about. Hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Yeah, potentially, depending how severe the issues are. I mean, there are grant schemes and opportunities to get funding, but at the end of the day, if we have management order of the site, it is our responsibility to manage that and find the funding and try to deal with it.
Thank you. Now, the director mentioned before that this may, if we do take over, it may lead to the need for additional resourcing. We're talking about new FTEs. Do we know how many new FTEs we will need to increase to manage that part of Backup?
We haven't calculated the number of FTEs or whether it's simply going out to contract and adding extra costs by going through contractors. We haven't quantified that at this stage. We could come up with some calculations, but it just depends on what type of model we go for.
If council at that situation decides not to increase the staff to manage the site or to pay to contractors, will there be any impact on other environmental areas in the city?
There will be. I mean, if we don't get additional resources, if we get extra areas to look after and don't get additional resources, we need to take resources from other areas if we want to maintain that area to the standard that's expected. What sort of impact that has on the other areas, we don't know. It just depends on where we take those resources from.
Thank you. I also had issues with regards to the emergency track in Backup. I think this is how they refer to it. If we take over, are we going to be responsible to deal with those issues as well? And do we know how much it costs to rectify those issues?
That's probably one of the legacy issues that was discussed earlier. That's perhaps something that needs to be rectified before we were to take over the site. That's perhaps something that we'd throw into the negotiations to get that rectified and improved and brought up to a suitable standard that we'd be happy with taking over.
Thank you. There was also talk about Class A reserve. Can Backup with two different management bodies still be acknowledged as Class A reserve? Do we need to have one property owner if you want, or we can still have Backup lifted up to that category and apply for that together with the state government?
I'd have to take that on notice to confirm that.
Lightning Reserve was mentioned that's the only Class A reserve that we have in the city of Bayswater. Are we aware of how much the state government contributed, let's say in the last 5 years, for the management of Lightning Swamp? Because I don't remember that they have done.
We'd have to take that on notice as well and see our records.
If we were to take over the east side and understand that we have some grant opportunities, those grants, and sorry, I forgot the name, those grants are the same grants that we would have applied for other foreshore areas?
In the report, it talks about area assistance grants.
Yes.
Area assistance grants are more tailored around the transfer of these types of reserves from state to local government. So, yeah, so it's generally about that type of transfer. Once the city has management of the site and we had some issues or projects to improve or correct some sort of issue out there, then we'd probably apply for grant funding, but that will probably be under a different scheme.
Okay. And I think my last point, a question, is whether the city had any engagement with our state representatives on this issue.
Not that I believe so.
Are we able to initiate an interaction soon with a letter? And I'm happy to assist. So we may get a response before next week. So councillors will have all the information.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that request through, Deputy Mayor, to the local member.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does the city place a monetary value on the volunteer hours that are performed when under approved activity by the City of Bayswater and covered under its insurance policy?
Can I pass that one through to the manager?
Through the chair, yes, we do place a monetary value on community volunteers. We typically express that when we undertake grant funding, so it's in-kind contribution.
Does the value of that volunteer labour and effort that's been contributed by the Bagup Wetlands Interest Group take into account as part of the annual operating costs that are being estimated at $80,000, noting that some of those operational costs associated with weed control and vegetation, some of those activities which the Bagup Wetlands Interest Group does perform in its current duties?
Yeah, through the chair, the $80,000 is primarily for city activities and contractors. Any volunteer hours would be value add to that.
So if you would consider volunteer hours as part of, given that they could then extend their work into that eastern portion of Bagup Wetlands, that would theoretically could reduce those annual operating costs that are being cited in this report. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that could be a possibility, but noting the kinds of work they can undertake is limited primarily to manual weed control and revegetation, whereas our team will utilise power tools, herbicide application, and more specific environmental works.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? No. Thank you. So, councillors, we are moving to all the other items on the agenda. Are there any other items that councillors have questions on? Councillor Black, which item?
Thank you. My question relates to 10.4.2, the community events grant application for Spear Foundation. Just noting one of the last comments under the financial implications, given that it's demonstrated alignment with the city's council plan and reconciliation action plan. I was wondering if there were any financial grants, other grants provided in this financial year that the city is aware of that meets objectives against our RAP at all?
Thanks for the question through you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a list of all the applications we have approved. I haven't assessed those against the RAP, but can do and provide that information through during the week.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Any other questions on any other items? Yes, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question on 10.3.3, additional 40-kilometre speed zone.
Yes.
Noting that Council in the last few months previously supported the implementation of a zone that encompassed the Bayswater residential area bounded by King William Street, and this is proposing to extend it. If this was passed by Council as it stands under the officer's recommendation, what is the time frame for implementation of that full area with the 40-kilometre zone? What's the expected time frame, I guess, from the city's perspective on that implementation?
Through the chair, Council approves it. It will basically be bundled up together with the bigger area. So it'll be all delivered at the same time. We've had discussions with Main Roads, and that's how this extra section has come about. We haven't sent letters out to the residents yet. We're going to do that all in one process once we have this decision from Council for this additional area. Once we do that, then it'll be over to Main Roads in terms of them scheduling, getting the signs and any other changes they need to do. Difficult to say what sort of time frame, but it could be somewhere between 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, and that may answer my other question as well. Just referring to the previous motion, Lim 2B, which requested the Chief Executive Officer to write to all property owners in that original area, just confirming that hasn't taken place, given that notice was given that Main Roads wanted to extend this area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, we went back to Main Roads to discuss the council's decision previously, and that's when the new area, so we've held off on those letters until we have the full area combined.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Any other questions on any other items? If not, we will close the meeting at 10:14. Thank you very much, councillors and the city.